Hey, what's up? Sorry I'm late, guys. Had some issues around the house. How's everything going? There are no guests. What I can do is maybe do a video here. Oh, here we go. Hold on just a second, guys. What's up, Art Collector? Let's see. Share screen. Here we go. Let me do this full screen. I love playing this for vegetarians and vegans who think they're superior to us poor, lonely, pathetic carnivores who also eat lettuce, which is what they're talking about, by the way. A team of scientists in Japan are making incredible discoveries. Look at this. Scientists captured real-time footage of plants talking, meaning they are alive, they have life, they communicate, just like cows, just like cows and other animals that we have harvest for food. It's incredible what science proves vegans wrong. So science says plants use finest and airborne compounds to communicate with each other. They communicate with each other with color. Studies demonstrate how plants assess and realize airborne compounds, which means they hear. So they talk and they hear and they grow. These airborne compounds, similar to smell, form a fine mix of this would be comparable to bees' pheromones when plant form. Find this form serves as a means of communication. Wow, I love it. Science observed an undamaged plant responding to a damaged one. That means when you take a bite into a salad, plants scream and holler and cry. You don't understand the language, so you don't hear it. So it's always good to kill your plants. It's important thing. Look, they even have defense triggers when you eat them. Isn't that cool? I love that. Yeah, Finn, I'm probably gonna have to put one of my babies down this week. Absolutely no, Art Connector. These people and you guys really have some bizarre assessments of how things work. Uh, for one, Biden is not. What's up, Jam? Biden is not stepping down. He's just not running for re-election. He's already screwed the Democratic Party from having any other nominee other than Kamala Harris because he is the sitting Democratic president and he endorsed Kamala Harris. So pretty much no other Democrat has a choice now. So he pretty much sunk the Democratic Party when he made that statement. That's the end. If there was a note, if he didn't, if the president of the United States tells his party who he wants to replace him because he's not going to run for re-election, the chances of them even remotely being able to be successful in planting someone else in the place of who the sitting president wants as the next one to run for the Democratic Party's national for run for president. They got Newsom has no chance. Thank you very much, Finn. But that's that, and therefore, and now for, and whatever. It's not going to happen. And anyhow, he's a wimp. Anyhow, he cowtails down to Trump. If Trump tells him not to allow a second shutdown, there's not a second shutdown, no matter what the Democrats wanted. And he actually did tell him that. What's up, Gerald? Oh, that's because he can't afford to get his own paper, man. He gave all his money to the Ukraine, help hide his corruption, keep his son out of jail. Oh, it's going to be fun. In an ironic way, fun. These next couple months, I suggest everyone stock up your pantry. If you're into the gold, silver, platinum thing, sure, buy some, whatever. But make sure that you have a stow of cash. A stow of cash on hand, because even though people don't like cash, it is still king. And every time you do anything, for example, during hurricanes, everything's down, the computer's down. You want gas, the gas station's still running, but their credit card machine's not working. They're only taking, what are they taking? Or they're not bartering. They're not taking gold and silver. They only take cash. So when the power is down, computer systems are down, most people will still take cash. So it's always good to have cash on hand, to get you through for a month at least. Even though cash is trash, it's still king trash. It's weird, all these things that you have to think about during an economic hard time. If actually all you had was a couple good neighbors and a good food storage and a way to cook food, and on like an open fire or a non-gas run that has to be replaced, barbecue pit kind of thing, like maybe open outdoor pizza oven where wood would suffice for the heat source. Because people lived like that for a long time before the last 25, 50, 80 years, maybe 50 years, 80 years. And that's how people lived. They didn't always have to go to the store and all this other stuff. So you might want to grab a history book. For the past 100 years now, people used to live, what foods they used to prepare during depressions and stuff. And I think you'll find that maybe bread, cheese, and tomato soups actually makes a good grilled cheese and tomato soup lunch. And it's just like $2 for a can of tomato soup, $4 for the bread, and $3 for cheese, and you got one day of good eating. And if you get more cans of tomato soup, you probably got about like 5 days of one meal a day. It's not steak and potatoes and lobster, but yeah, you can't always eat that stuff. Yes, they will, Finn. Beaters are good. Yeah, exactly. Don't get excited, as Cheryl says. There you go. See, actually knowing how to cook is a good skill, believe it or not. And having the ability to know recipes that you can make and prepare different types of dishes depending on what resources you have to do those dishes, I imagine would also be a valuable resource, especially as the resources of food for those dishes becomes more scarce. The amount of dishes you can make with their available resources would become more precious of a skill. Like red beans and rice. That's an old favorite of mine. Get yourself just a little bit of sausage, red beans, rice, let it soak overnight, cook it on up. There's lots of things, man. Like I said, grilled cheese and tomato soup. Oh man, what is that stuff? Oatmeal or cream of wheat. Good, along with maybe a cereal. But when you run out of cereal, you can stock hell out of oatmeal and cream of wheat. And all it takes to cook those is water. And hey, check this out. If you have honey, damn, makes it all that much better. Honey is also a good health substitute. Exactly, Gerald Draper. It's actually that skill is going to be a very valued skill. Yeah, eggs and toast, man. Again, if you have some chickens and eat just bread and a way to cook the eggs, maybe throw some cheese on them. There's lots of, and you need to talk to people about this stuff. So that way, when they think about preparing, like for example, that music studio right next door that I've showed y'all that I built for the keyboardist of Toro Di Moi, my neighbor. Right next to him, the people used to have 4 chickens in a little 10 by 15 pen in the backyard. Here inside a city. So here inside a city, people were getting at least 2 eggs a day. That's a meal for one person if you have bread. Because then you've got, egg sandwich, eggs and toast. You have some jelly, then you have, it's very simplistic, and the expense of that meal gets lessened if you don't have to buy a $5 to $8 dozen of eggs. And also depending on what you feed your chicken, food scraps, if you grow a little garden stuff for it, you can subsidize its food to help bring in healthy eggs for you. So there's lots of things that you can do. If you don't have the yard and your neighbor does, work a deal with them. Say, hey, we'll put a little chicken coop up right here, and I throw some chickens in. We'll split the eggs, and you just help me, feed them or something. You never know unless you ask. I think that would be part of being actually becoming more prepared than actually having gold, silver, and platinum on hand. Just have a neighbor that you guys work together, or a group of neighbors that work together. I think that's the best way to survive in a shit hits the fan scenario. I don't know, Gerald. If you come out to the outer belt past the Kuiper Belt, I don't think those aliens eat much. But here on Earth, we all eat. Maybe one day we can get Gerald set up with a camera over his cooking station and have him show us how to make filet mignons the proper way or something. Gerald Draper. It's funny. I'm an iron worker actually by now, but me and my brother both started out similar. He was a Green Beret medic, a killing healer, and I was a special operations medic, also a killing healer. And then he got out of the military, went his way, and I got out of the military, went my way. I became an iron worker. So it's funny that you say your brother was a firefighter that saved lives. Because me and my brother, we were trained to save them or take them. It depended on what color the uniform was. That's just funny. Sorry. Obviously, I found it funny. I would say I was hungry, but part of what was keeping me was I just made 12 pieces of bacon. I made a bacon sandwich and snarfed that thing down because it was good. It was damn good. So does anyone wants to come up on the panel? It's pinned at the top, obviously, as usual and always. No, I don't like that sign. I know that was a different one. And that one. I like that one. Lazy Days. Oh, hey, check this out. Funny shit. God always provides, especially if you're stupid, I guess, or if you're stupid in the right ways. I tell you all about that tax settlement I did, and they were like, "You got to do your taxes, or else we'll come back and you'll owe everything all at once. We'll throw you in jail, take your third-born and firstborn, and leave you your daughter." But anyhow, I didn't do my 2021 taxes, and I just got a letter from the IRS saying, "Hey, you need to do 2021 taxes, or else the deal's off." And the great thing is, every year that I do my taxes, I always get an average of $2,000 to $3,000 back. and I'm kind of hurt for more money right now. So basically, what just happened was everyone who is always scared of the IRS and whatnot. So here I am, off unemployment, about out of no savings and all this other crap, and I get a letter from the IRS saying, "Hey, you need to file your taxes so we can give you your $2,000 to $3,000." And I'll probably get 1,000 back from the state. So thank you, IRS. I mean, if you ever hear of anyone being happy to get a letter from the IRS, I'm happy to get a letter from that IRS. Also, above and beyond that, they actually gave me a phone number to an actual agent, because I know most people, and myself included, when you try to get a hold of the IRS or any operator or assistant, you only get computers that spill out shit, press 6, do 7, and it's hard to get a hold of a person. Well, in that letter that they sent me that they have to that I have to do my 2021 taxes, they actually gave me a phone number of an actual agent that I can call and speak with. So I actually have more direct access to get more information from them on money that they still owe me, including the 2021 taxes. Oh, Finn, you know it, man. I always cook 3 times as much bacon as I need for the meal, because 2/3 of the bacon will get eaten before the meal is done, prepared wise to be eaten. Yeah, I'm bad with bacon and cooking it, and I know that. Like if I'm gonna make a bacon cheeseburger and I need to say, 4 pieces of bacon, I'll have to cook 12, because I will eat them as I'm cooking the rest of the burger. I know myself.
Hey Neil, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, JM? That's very cool, Gerald. That's very cool indeed. Again, a good cook is someone who can cook and throw together and make something taste good. Their skills just become more valuable as times get harder.
Yeah,
So
they'll
what's up with you?
always be in demand.
Oh yeah, always. You'll probably be able to get paid to do that, because there's always going to be rich people that are going to want good food, and only people who know how to prepare it can do it. So it's a valued skill. And that's what I say is the best barters. Learn a valued skill. That is your best form of barter, because no one wants to give away their metals for trading for something. You want to get
Well,
paid in metals.
and in a survival situation, like I would certainly trust a chef more than your average Joe to
Yeah.
most efficiently process what supplies you have.
Uh-huh. And make it taste good. And that, quite frankly, again, is a very, very valuable skill. Having tasty food is not over. I mean, people don't rate it high enough. I'll say that.
Minimum food waste.
Yeah, definitely a good thing for show, for show, for show. And welding's a good skill. A basic knowledge of carpentry and electrical and plumbing and HVAC. All those are automotive. All good skills. For older cars, newer cars, that's all computer shit. And quite frankly, and hopefully we'll never find this out, but cars that have the older cars that have alternators, no computers, if there's an EM pulse that goes by, all you got to do to restart the older model cars is replace the alternator, and the engine will run. The newer cars, you're gonna have to replace the whole engine, because it's a computer, and the computer brain probably got fried. So you could actually repair an EM pulse damaged engine of an older vehicle, where you can't do that for the newer vehicles. So the advantageousness of having an older vehicle with an extra alternator, in a metal building or a Faraday cage. That way, if there's ever an EMP, then you just go outside, 2 bolts, 2 nuts, change thing out, start your truck up, start driving around, helping your friends out, because those people that have new cars ain't gonna be able to drive.
I kind of thought it would be that the alternator would actually survive an EMP, and that it would be more likely to be like the fuses and stuff like that.
The old cars, the alternator generator are in one unit, but they're called alternators.
Yeah.
They're alternator generators. So yeah, it's a misnomenclature as far as the wordplay goes. It's actually the generator of the car, but the alternator in the older cars is the generator, because they're 2-in-1s.
And it would get fried in an EMP event.
Yeah.
Huh. I did not know that.
Now, if you were to unplug the battery, it wouldn't.
Either way, knowing a mechanic or having good mechanical skills will always be in
What's up,
demand
William?
too.
Yeah, basics, valuable skills will get you further than PMs because and you can't deny that. Just I'll just throw out one statistic that'll prove you can't deny that PMs will not take you that far in a barter scenario. How many people in America, percentage wise, have PMs? 3-5%? Okay, so let's say 5 times that many know about them. That's still only 1 out of 4 people that know about them. That means 3 out of 4 people you're going to have to convince that it's worth something. That means you've already diminished the value of it in the barter. So it's no good for barter for 3 out of 4 people. Wow. Don't count on it, okay?
The closer you get into the rural areas, though, and like farming communities,
Well, that's where the
odds
1 out of 4, more of the 1 of the 4 actually live.
your odds will go up.
But the 3 out of the 4 live in the cities where 90% of people are. So that means 90% of people are going to run across the 3 out of 4 that don't value it.
Hey, William,
So
good to see you.
a majority of people will run across the issue of having people that don't give a fuck about the value of precious metals. They value something else higher, whatever that is for them. Because there's not enough people in America that are interested in economics to understand the value of precious metals to value them for a barter scenario. They don't even know about precious metals, much less the value of them or how to value them or how valuable they are. So in a society like that, when a majority of people like that, your ability to gain maximum advantage of the substance that you're looking to barter is diminished. So in that scenario, you'd have to go with something that 90% of the public would go for as valuable and knows about, and that would be skills like Gerald, being a chef, being a carpenter, or a plumber, or knowing how to weld.
Gardener.
Well, a gardener even. Yeah, 90% of the people understand the value of that, and you don't have to explain it to them. So therefore, that's going to carry you further, fastest. That's my only argument against bartering, constitutional, and all this other stuff.
Being near good fishing areas is a good idea too.
Well, considering that a majority of cities are on the coastline or within a stone's throw of a water source, seafood should definitely be on everyone's list. Learn how to fish. There's a good one. There's a good skill.
And how to process the various different
Yeah, exactly. Learn how to scale them, cut them, make sure how to cut fillet along the bone line where you're not getting bones in there. Because one thing that you'll find is a problem if you don't fillet the fish right, and you get a bone in there and you start choking, and it's a fancy scenario. There's not going to be an emergency room to take this son of a bitch to. So you better be preparing your food. That makes a chef even more valuable.
William had a question for you there, Neil.
What's up? I didn't see.
Comment on revised platinum futures market in China.
I'm unaware of their in particular market because their in particular market is 100% more screwed up than ours as far as manipulated or controlled by other than actual supply and demand price exploration. So I don't know nothing about it. I do know that South Africa has their main political party lost power and had to make concessions with the DA party, which is the business party, a bunch of white folks. So the party that was in control of South Africa for 30 years and doing all the business decisions just brought in a party that's known for business decisions because it's the business party. So I do know that's going to change the price of platinum. Because what you're having a management shift up of people who don't know what the fuck they're doing, making deals that are good for them and not for the country and the future of the country. And they're going to get fired, and people are going to be put in those positions that actually do know what they're talking about, what they're doing, and they're going to renegotiate those deals. So maybe South Africa won't be the largest gold mining mines in the world and still losing money, but they might actually start making money. because of their bad business deals that their party that's been in power for 30 years has been doing for 30 years. In other words, driving them into bankruptcy through corruption and greed. That's why in South Africa, I think it's like 28,000 murders a year in the small country of South Africa. That's a lot of murders, man. But they only have power for half the day, and so that kind of breeds criminal activity. I think that their third largest job creation in South Africa is private security. I think they got like 3.5 million people working private security just in South Africa to protect the people that have money from people who don't. And all that's going to change, and that dynamic is going to change the price of platinum. And then once the price of platinum starts rising too much, you're going to hear this company called Clean Air Energy. That's the name of them now. They might sell. I can't say future if they will or won't. But right now it's called Clean Air Energy. And they've got the rights to the largest platinum vein ever discovered on this planet that has not been mined. And it's in Canada. And they've already stated publicly, yeah, we're not even interested in starting the mine until the price of platinum goes up. So that right there also tells you manipulation is going on with the price of platinum. So, but that also tells you that the manipulation is going to end and the price of platinum is going to soar. So
yeah, that means the supply is slowing down.
Oh yeah, no, it's getting less. South Africa's mines are running between 2,000 and 2,400 meters deep, and every 1,000 meters you go, the cost exponentially gets more expensive because you've got longer lines for fresh air, for electricity, for water, for getting your machineries up and down. So you got to put in another 1,000 meters of elevator, and I mean it's a lot more expensive. Then also air conditioning systems going down several miles, or a good mile anyhow. It's real expensive the deeper you go when it comes to mining because of the expense of all the stuff I just mentioned. So the companies that have the mines that haven't been, the veins that haven't been mined yet, are going to make the most money because I believe it's like the platinum vein in Canada starts at like 500 meters. That's 1,500 meters shallower than the South Africa mines. So the expense of the company that's going to mine the Canadian platinum vein, their expense is going to be 3/4 less, and they're waiting for their profit to be 4 times as much. So I would suggest investing in that company because it sounds like they know that they're going to be paying some damn good dividends. It's only like 8 cents a share right now.
Are you talking about Clean Air Metals?
Yeah. And then they might sell, and they probably will. They probably won't develop the mine themselves, but they still have the rights to the minerals in the ground. So they actually own the largest platinum vein on the planet, and it's on American soil, North American continent. So that would be at least something I would look at investing in. And like I said, it's penny stock right now because they're actually not doing anything, and it will take a couple of years to establish a mine that goes down 500 meters before they start extracting platinum. But they're going to be the only ones that are extracting. I mean, South Africa will still be extracting a little bit, but their veins are ending.
I know. I looked into them before. I think they're up by Thunder Bay.
Yeah, they are. They're north of Thunder Bay.
And that whole area, which is north
of
palladium,
big time up
in it's just loaded with natural resources.
Oh yeah, rare earth minerals. I think they even found a copper deposit up there, but I'm not 100% if it's in that area or to the west.
Americans started investing in mining in that very area in the late 1800s. That's how long they've been pulling minerals out of there.
That's why I call it an American mine. Because Clean Air Energy might be a Canadian company right now, but once the big money starts kicking, it'll become an American company. Well, there will be an American entrepreneurs corporation that'll buy that son of a up in a heartbeat when it comes to actually physically mining.
Yeah, it was primarily due to American investment capital
that discovered it.
that the mining in Cobalt, Ontario, for all the silver there,
Uh-huh.
took place at such a rapid rate that it did, and that is 90% of the funds, and the reason that Toronto was built up and built as fast as it did. It funded the growth of Toronto back then.
Yeah. William, I don't understand your question. He asks, please, what is the platinum mine in the USA? It's not being mined at this time because they say the price of platinum per ounce is too cheap and it's not profitable. That statement in and of itself should tell you you should buy physical platinum ounces and have them on hand. If a corporation will not get into a business because they say the sale of that product is too cheap and not profitable, and they are able to get to that product at 3/4 of a discount of the people who are actually producing the product now, it just makes no sense not to invest in that product. What's up, Silverboy Blues? Nickel? Yeah, indeed, Nickel. Get the platinum now.
I've not seen Bald Guy Money.
Yeah, neither have I have. He's got like 36,000 subscribers, but I don't really watch him that much. I mean, I've seen like 2 of his videos. Off the top of my head, I don't recall why I don't continue watching him other than it's not my cup of tea. And there was something, and I don't recall what, that made me think he wasn't my cup of tea. But like I said, I've only seen him twice, and I don't have good recall on him personally on his videos. So, yeah, I can't say one way or another, to be honest with you. I know it's not one that I consecutively watch. That's for sure. Now, if you want to know who you should watch, let me see if I can find him real quick. Usually he pops up in my feed as soon as I come here. I've been watching a lot of him. And that's Eric Weinstein. Have you guys ever heard of him? Ah, there he is. Let's see here. This gentleman right here. If you guys want to get your mind blown and have someone talk to you and you not understand a fucking word they're saying, he's that smart. Because there'll be times when he's having conversations with other physicists or like his intelligence level runs circles around Neil deGrasse Tyson. If you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is, that gentleman whose link I just put down there, Eric Weinstein, PhD. That motherfucker makes Neil deGrasse Tyson look like he's a kindergartner. Yeah, it's Brett and Eric Nickel. Both of them are close to 200 IQ, independent of each other, probably like 390 combined. They're very brilliant. Oh, okay. What's up, Mike Herrera? I do know if you don't mind small towns, you can find houses in Florida. That's right, in Northwest Florida, houses, three bedroom, 1 bath starter houses for $50,000 in Florida. Not right on the water, obviously, but it's still a damn good price. I think on a 30-year mortgage at 7% is $350 a month mortgage payment. I can get that right now today. Yeah, if you guys want to gain intelligence, follow Eric Weinstein and who he talks to in his podcast, Power Physics or something. He's got a podcast. That gentleman. And the way he blows, he'll blow you away. He'll grab a guitar and start playing the guitar and bring up philosophical, physical, theologian type shit, and just blow your minds. Like, how did you get to the meaning of life from a guitar note? Kind of stuff, you know.
And there's no relation there to that game show guy and that
No,
sort of
no,
Ben Stein.
no.
Okay.
I'm sure that's they probably know each other. Obviously, it's a Jewish name, so any rich Jew probably knows every other rich Jew, or if that's a stereotype, oh well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sure they know each other, but no relation. He's a mathematician, and he's got like, I don't know what his IQ is. I put him at around 200, but he said there's only one other gentleman on this planet that he wouldn't debate on pretty much any topic. And that guy actually did have a plus 200 IQ. And he was very childlike, but genius all the same. Kind of weird. Every like third sentence, he'd stop and giggle and smile. And then he'd keep talking and stop and giggle and smile and keep talking. He had like a 220 IQ. Seems like the smarter you get, the weirder you are.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or
I'm sure my IQ's nowhere near that, though. That's for sure.
You know, the funny thing is, I've spoken with people who tell me their IQ is higher than what I state mine is. And I only say that because I don't exactly know, because I have a selective dyslexia issue. So I don't know. I don't know if it's 156 or 165. I do know when I saw the numbers, there was a 1, a 6, and a 5 for my IQ. So it's either 165 or it's 561. You know, I doubt it's that. And the 1 obviously went first. So it's either 165 or 156. And because I'm a conservative, I always go with the lowest number because I don't think I'm that smart. But I was talking to this guy the other day. He said he had 160 IQ, and he was sounding kind of stupid to me. So I could have a little, I don't know, maybe not.
Like a lot of people are on meds too. So like, I think it's more difficult to judge a person than meets the eye.
Yeah, fake intelligence. They got a microdosing is what they call one way of doing. They've got a smart pill, and also there's a whole theory of psychedelics increasing your intellect if you do it in small amounts, and it's called like microdosing. So yeah, I call that fake intelligence. It comes at a price. Everything comes with a price.
Yeah.
If you alter your level of quote unquote intelligence by a pill of whichever pill it is, either it's a smart pill or microdose, it'll work short term, but long term you're going to pay a price. So if you plan on doing something like that, plan on making a lot of money in the first 5 years, because you're probably going to be somewhat weird after that. Because that's the problem with the psychedelics, that everything has an equal and opposite reaction. So if it makes you smart, then what's the trade-off? You know what I'm saying? What are you given for that extra? It's like if you play Dungeons and Dragons and your character has a 17 intelligence and a 13 wisdom, and then all of a sudden he becomes smarter, but then his wisdom drops to a 12 or 11. You know,
you might need an extra hour of sleep. I think that's part of the trade-off, and also like where it may enhance on one end, I think like instantly there's that opposite reaction too. Like other skills and qualities will be impaired.
Exactly, because there is a yin and yang, and I use the Oriental expression of that. But there's a balance of life, and anytime life becomes imbalanced, it's a horrible train wreck for that individual that is involved in the imbalanced life. Usually, it ends up in a mental hospital. But yeah, no, there's always a trade-off. There has to be a balance, a natural balance. And that's why I made the analogy of the D&D character. If you all of a sudden gain in intellect, well, it came from somewhere. It's at a cost because it was unnatural. It wasn't birthed to you. It wasn't divine to you. It was subverted by you, and there's always a cost.
It's funny, Neil, your phone ring there when it goes off sounds kind of similar to mine, so I end up having to check my phone when I hear yours going off.
You have Metro PCS?
Yeah, I'm not sure what to call it, but
I call mine cheap.
Well, I'm still on a flip phone. I think you knew that. I never got a smartphone or an iPhone or a
Oh, they got phones that
Android or nothing.
I got $100 phone. I don't even think you can buy a couple-year-old BlackBerry for that cheap. Reconditioned or whatever they're calling them.
Nickel, I'll have to go back and check that out. I don't know if you knew, Neil, but Nick was talking about 79 made an appearance on Rockies earlier.
Oh, really?
Was up on panel.
What, did she have like a picture of herself?
I think if you wanted, you could actually even pull it up, or I could pull it up for you. You could share screen a quick shot of it.
If you want, sure. It does not bother me what anyone looks like as long as I don't have to look at Nicholas' ugly ass face when he's got that gray ass fucking Santa Claus beard going for himself. Jeffro Bodine. How's it going, my friend? Yeah, I totally. It's been a messed up week. But whatever.
Oh, here, I got it here now. I just got to share it. Hold on. There, you should see that now.
I should give 2 poops for crazy boops. No, that's you, Nickel. That's the picture you put up. So that's a picture you get off of online. So you're full of shit, my friend. Still a friend, but full of shit.
It was a joke.
Yeah. I think it's more important to find out if JM is actually an AI or artificially intelligence drawing or a real person.
Yeah, no, I'm just like a hologram.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking you might be a hologram.
Like a hologram. There you
High
go.
low. No, you're definitely a high low. You get high and then you get low and you're a gram off either way because your scales aren't properly calibrated. So that makes you, yeah, when you're laying out the cocaine, it's always a gram off.
Yeah, I don't do that anymore. That was a long.
Oh, we all fucked with it when we were kids and left it alone. If we were smart, well, actually, if we're this old, we damn sure left it alone because you're not dead.
Long time ago.
Yeah, no, that's a play drug of the youthful college years party shit.
Yeah. Like I don't even do mushrooms. Only drug for me is weed. Every once in a while, I might need an Advil or something like that if I've got a bit of a headache coming on.
I actually do aspirin, not Advil, but yeah, basically the same. Weed and aspirin.
And colloidal silver too. Like if I feel, you know how sometimes you can feel like a bug coming on, or you're just not feel like
I drop hydroxychloroquine.
Do you?
Yeah, because it prevents you from getting all 17 COVIDs. One of those is the common cold.
This is not medical advice. This is just for.
None of this is medical advice. If you take, yeah, nah. Even if you were a PhD, it's not advice. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you don't learn anything from podcasts. They just garner your interest. You don't really learn anything. And by that, he means you can't go to a fucking employer and say, hey, I picked this up on YouTube. It's valuable information. Hire me. So you don't learn anything on YouTube.
I got a quick question for you, Neil.
Okay.
Have you ever made your own colloidal silver?
No.
Have you ever looked into it?
Nope.
Oh, I strongly recommend to you. I think there's actually a strong business case for it. I think there's money to be made in making it, branding your own.
You need to jump up on in there and be one of them motherfuckers starts making that money, brother.
Yeah, I've considered it. If I had the extra time, I would. And I know the first response to that is, well, all you got to do is give up a couple hours of YouTube. Right.
I wasn't going to say anything. Everyone's life is different. Everyone's responsibilities are different. I'd say right off the bat, you have a lot of responsibilities with different animals that aren't seen on YouTube that occupy probably a lot of your time.
It's a good one for, I think, for anyone that's got, lots of extra time on their hands and wants to make a bit of money. But you really want to look into it and make sure you really know what you're doing. Which I did. Like, I've made my own, so I know exactly how to do it and make sure that it's good.
Magic Moon, what's up? Yeah, I've never made it. I've owned bees that's made honey.
Yeah.
That's about the best I've done doing any making. I'm pretty useless, actually.
No, I think you got a lot of skills.
Yeah, you can still have skills and be useless.
I guess, yeah. If those skills become outdated,
Last,
hey, Magic Moon.
that makes you useless. Well, I am glad that we have accomplished the mission or allowed you to accomplish your mission, Magic Moon. Hello back to you, sir. I was going to call Ninja and have him show up, but I said, fuck it, why do that? And I didn't do it, so I didn't call anybody, actually.
Well, it seemed like you're about an hour late, too.
What are you bringing up that shit for? You want to be banned? Yeah, I had some shit going on.
Full transparency.
Full transparency. Yeah, I had some shit going on.
Sorry to hear about that, man.
Yeah. Whatever, yeah. Anyhow. What were we talking about?
Skills.
Well, yeah, we weren't talking about work because I don't have none of that shit out here. Once I
Colloidal silver.
do these fucking taxes for 2021 and get that money back, I'm gonna waste a lot of my time going down the hall and just being an asshole. I gotta go down there with like a Trump hat and start talking shit about Biden and just start being a troublemaker.
Hey, William, good question. What are some mistakes to avoid with making colloidal silver, please? Do you mind if I answer that, Neil?
You better, because I don't have a clue.
Right off the bat, really look into it. But I'll tell you some major mistakes is people will think that you can just use tap water for and that's what,
You have to use distilled water, right?
Use distilled water.
Yeah.
That's right. Another mistake is not having a water tester. You want to be able to have a tester. I bought one for like $25 that tests the parts per million of anything in water. And what you do is you test your distilled water. It should be 0. Take some tap water, test it. I bet you it'll be around 300. It doesn't tell you what the elements are, but it tells you the parts per million. And so that way, when you start with distilled water and it's 0 parts per million, there's nothing in it except H2O. Then when you've made your colloidal silver, you can put it in and it'll tell you how strong it is because it'll say 10 parts per million or 15 or 20, depending on how strong you want it. So that's another mistake is not having that water tester. You definitely want to have it. It's like $35. And then I think the last one, like some people, they'll say, oh, you can use coins to make it. I would not recommend using anything other than 3 nines fine. Some people say, oh, you can use, like constitutional, 90% silver. And I guess like in a pinch, but then it's not pure silver. You're going to have copper in there too, right? And so if you're doing that, what they'll do is they use like alligator clips to hold whatever the silver is
Oh, so
in the
you electrify it underwater, basically.
that's right. You can do it with 9-volt batteries. I can
Yeah.
make
Yeah.
colloidal silver off grid
Okay.
with four
How long do
9-volt
you leave it in
batteries.
there? Does it actually degrade the coin?
Yeah, it actually, yeah, you'll see.
So you're
It'll
actually
actually,
getting literal silver into your system.
that's right. The
Okay.
one will
And
go black. The one will
the
go
benefit
black.
the
So,
benefit is having it in a that way breaks the silver down into a cellular level so it can get into your bloodstream easier.
yeah,
Is that
and
correct?
that's yeah. They say that the higher the voltage, it's kind of like chewing your food more, right? It's absorbed
Yeah,
better.
no, it's the same thing that happens in the bottom of ships if they stay in salt water too long.
Yeah,
You start
and so
getting those
then
pits.
the final mistake is be very, very careful as you've got those alligator clips, if that's the way you're doing it, suspending your silver. Make sure while the electricity is running through, right, positive on one, negative on the other, that the alligator clips don't make contact with the water because those alligator clips are usually made out of nickel. And that means you could end up having some nickel in there. So just make sure there's a good space between where the silver is and the alligator clip that's holding it.
And what is the dosage? What is any of that? And what's the benefit, or is there any from different amounts of or concentrates or dose or whatever it would be called as you break it as it breaks down to a cellular level? Because as
Um,
you're doing that, you're like what you're doing is you're like galvanizing, or you're like well, yeah, you're like galvanizing or plating metal. You have a negative and a positive conductor, and you tip it into a substance. They do it with frames of vehicles and big pieces of big pools of substances, and they dip the whole frame of the car, and it like galvanizes it because it attracts a certain substance into it. This sounds like it's doing the exact opposite, and it'll take that 999 coin and break it down into a cellular level. So, what is the dosage and benefit of dosage, or is there any different dosages?
Yeah, like at a drugstore or store or a pharmacy, when you buy it, it's frequently the standard is around 10 parts per million. That's the
So
standard
that
thing. But
sounds like probably like fucking 5 seconds of the electrodes being hooked up to it in a glass of water, and then drink that glass of water.
no, I know you asked that question. To get it to 10 parts per million, depending on how much water you're using, and I usually do it in about, let's say, half a gallon at a time.
Okay.
Um, could take anywhere from an hour to 3 or 4 hours. William, I think it's just as either 3 9s or 4 9s is fine. Oh, and that's the other thing. Before I used two silver maples. I could actually go get them and show you in a bit. Um, I took a sanding sponge to them under hot water before ever using them because I wanted to make sure if there's any polish or
Yeah,
anything
yeah. Any
on the outside.
glaze? Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Well, wouldn't at that point in time it be better just to stick it in a because you're not going to hit the whole surface with all the ups and downs of the design work. Wouldn't it be better just like do a 10-second dip in a cup of water and let the first little parts and particulates come off, and then take and dump that water out, and then do it?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah.
It would
And
be
you know
more
what?
efficient, more thorough, not efficient, but more thorough of a cleaning or a dispensing of the first cellular level coating that was on that silver coin.
Yeah, that's true. But I just kind of did it, you know.
No, it's
Now,
great. Yeah, I was just
the
like,
other thing is, you can actually buy a kit. It's called like a colloidal silver generator. You can get them from Walmart or, online, whatever, and then you don't have to worry about jerry rigging. But like I jerry rigged my first, I did with 4 9-volt batteries hooked up in line.
honestly, I'd do something foolish. Like I'd take an extension cord off of a piece of equipment that broke, and I'd take the positive and the negative and wrap it around a coil and hook two of the coils to the silver and drop it in and plug it into the wall.
Yeah.
And that's why I was asking about time, because that's a lot more voltage and current, and it would probably go a lot faster than a 9-volt battery.
Possibly, and I think that you'd actually want to put it through what's it called? Not an adapter, not an invert. Maybe it's called an inverter. but something to dial in your voltage on it.
I think the first thing I'd do is I'd have a GFCF and I'd plug it into for ground fault for circuit interrupter in case I blew the fucking circuit.
Yeah. Hey man, I got to take off for 5 or 10 minutes.
All right, someone
Uh,
else will step up.
yeah, I'll just mute up here and I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Right on. You know you can smoke weed here. I don't mind.
Yeah, no, I got to check
Kidding,
out the
kidding.
one
I'm
dog's
kidding.
paw's
Kidding.
got
Go
a
ahead.
thing on it. Okay.
Do your thing, brother. Do your thing. I'm fucking with you. No, he's not dog walking, Nickel. He's dog sitting. Where he is at, it is, I believe, 9:17. Even though it's probably twilight, just going dark, getting dark. I doubt he's taking dogs for walks this late an hour. So, who wants to talk about what else and why not come up here and talk about it? There's a whole bunch of us here. There's a total of 6 people. That's one more than the flinge I have on one of my hands. That's a shitload of people. One of you has to want to step up. No? Cowards. I'm pouring a cup of tea. In case my voice is far away. It's because I'm far away. This tea is important to Scottish people. Actually, it's important to real Americans too, because it was because of tea that we had a Boston party in the 1800s. And the party was over tea and the taxing of that tea. So obviously tea is important to Americans. You want to talk about osmium. Why do you want to talk about osmium? Why not crystallized osmium instead of just osmium? Sorry about that. I love doing that commercial in every now and then. Green collateral silver. What the hell is that? Yeah, I tell you, I like the last part when you hear the dun 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 dun, like the last 2 seconds of the bass. It's pretty badass. And then I got this one here.
So they're starting to beard up on this peach tree, and you know, the only thing that's not optimal about this situation in terms of recapturing the colony is the branch is a little thick. If the branch is a little thinner, the whole swarm can be dislodged in one mass into the box by shaking the branch, you know, with a real sharp shake. And this branch is a little thick for that trick, but we'll give it a try and see how it works. It's going to take a minute for the swarm to coalesce, and we'll get back to that.
Yeah. I like that one too. That was when I was in the midst of the pits of learning how to recreate, re-innovate, and rethink the whole process of beekeeping and come up with a better hive box than the traditional 150-year established Langstroth system. And I developed one. It took me 6 years of self-study and woodworking and other things. And I came up with a, it's on, let me see, I got a video. Let's see, how would I get to my videos? Would it be there? No, of course not. Why would it be there? That'd be something else. Let's see. Memories, no. Saved. Yeah, let's see if it's under saved. Probably is way back here. Nope. Yes. No. 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 I have. Oh, here it is. Hot damn. Well, here's a little 6-minute anyhow. This is a better. Actually, hold on. I can. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hold your horses, Batman. We are going to show the screen. And that is my mobile apiary.
No dead bees, because I knocked all the dead bees out the other day. This is the bottom and how we have it set up. Now I'm going to powder sugar them.
See now, right there. Let me back this up a little bit. See it's a bad shot. This is the new part of the bottom is this 2x4 here. It's 2x6 actually. You can't see, but right there, there's 3 holes, wine box size holes. The actual box for the bees is up here. I don't know if you can see my cursor, 6 inches above where this opening is. Because the old Langstroth system, the bees used to have to walk. They'd have 1/8 of an inch to drag their dead underneath the honeycomb.
Because I knocked all the dead bees out the other day.
And this extra room here also allows them to build brood comb, because the male bee they make once a year is 3 times the size of the female bee, and the comb made it takes up a lot of space and it's awkward for the bees. So if you drop the entryway and give them 6 inches of space, they will end up building the male comb separate from the female and the honeycomb and the female brood area, and it's a lot more convenient. And then when all the males get hatched out, you can just reach up there and tear down the comb, and it's no big deal. A lot easier and more sanitary. And right in this area right here is where the comb, they started, as you can see, they're starting to build on this 4th frame out. They're starting to build in preparation for the male brood, instead of using the box itself that's prepared and has a slots on for the, like you see right here along this way, they've got it all filled up with female brood, and down here they're going to start building for the male brood because it's a different size of size capacity of octagonal shape.
Now I'm going to powder sugar them. We have powdered sugar and powdered sulfur.
And this right here is why the bees never bit me, because people use smoke, and the theory behind using smoke is it makes them think, and this is fucked up, it makes them think their house is on fire, and that's supposed to keep them from stinging you. I found that out, and I was like, well, god awful stupid motherfuckers, who thought of that? So I started using different substances to quote unquote smoke them. And at this point of my learning, I was using powdered sugar, my theory being, well, they like it, they'll eat it, and they'll also go into a grooming frenzy, not a frenzy thinking their house is on fire, but they'll go into a cleaning or a grooming frenzy, which will help them get rid of the varroa mite which might be on them. When the varroa mite is what causes colony collapse, is a small little mite that gets on them, and it gets in between their second and third thorax, and they can't clean it out. But if you smoke them, quote unquote, smoke them with powdered sugar, the powdered sugar is smaller than the varroa mite and gets in the tight areas of the bee's body, and other bees will start grooming it and knock off their varroa mite, and it'll hit that lower screen and fall through away from the bees, to where the Langstroth system has a flat wood bottom. So even if they did clean themselves of the varroa mite, it would hit the floor of the Langstroth system. The bee would drop down on the floor, walk across, re-pick up the mite, and go out and fly. So it was a pretty stupid system. Developing a new system at this point in time in the video. And I'm not looking at chat, sorry. Here, I'll get back on chat. Yeah, there's only one female queen. Yeah, no, they use silver boy blues. They use smoke. That thing I'm using actually came with the kit for a beginner's beekeeper's kit. It was labeled as smoker.
Mm-hmm.
But right now they're getting hit with powdered.
Yeah, it's quite finely dispersed.
Yeah,
Seems to me.
I think it's floating up there.
I'm trying to make sure they're all real happy. No, there's
And
no
that-
spiders.
It's how we powder sugar our bees, and they're
See,
nice while doing it.
I picked one up. He didn't even bite me.
They do not bite
or
us.
sting
They're not
me.
harmful. Voila.
What's up, Space Miner? And that's the trailer I developed for a mobile beekeeping system. And actually, in the format that the bees are in right now, the beehives that you see here at the top, you see my cursor. It's what's called their warm way to each other, because the heat, the way they'll go into a little ball at night if it gets real cold, and the outer ones will die off as the cold hits. But if you set the boxes side by side like this, it's easier for them to share heat this way. And because it's in a trailer, and you notice this top part folds down and covers up, also protecting them from wind, and they share heat. So basically, you've got a 101 degree furnace right here, right here, right here, right here, and then 4 on the other side in an enclosed area. It helps keeps them warm over winter, and their overwinter dying does not happen. So you come out in springtime with a strong hive, to where every other beekeeper is building his hive up from they call overwinter dying, or overwinter losses is what they call it. If you set up a system like this, you don't have those overwinter losses, and you have a stronger, healthier hive starting the season, and therefore ending the season. It should be even bigger, and you'll even make more money. Now back to the show. Are we done watching this?
Damn, I can taste it.
And right now, actually, believe it or not, any beekeeper, when you go to beekeeping school or someone teaches you, they'll tell you never go in front of the hive. You see, I don't know if you see my cursor. There's one opening here, one opening here, one opening here, and there's 4 hives. And at the bottom, there's openings, and I'm directly in the opening, and none of them are bothering me a bit. As you can see, obviously, I don't have any beekeeping equipment on.
I'm
Notice
backing
how I am
away.
not being molested at all.
And
I, however, am backing away.
you hear my partner, his motherfucker's got a PhD, so smart. He goes, and I, however, am backing away.
Hey, Neil,
He's
I got a
always a-
I got a quick question for you, Neil.
What's up?
Does the color of the glasses that you're wearing have any effect, and or they happen to be yellow?
What, the glasses I'm wearing in this video?
We get the dirt
Yeah.
out. help
I
them
actually
out.
never even considered that. It's a non-issue.
Okay.
Yeah,
Close it back up. No stings.
yeah.
Free
No,
guys.
there's
free
nothing
guys
to the
out
glass.
there.
It has
They
nothing to do.
open
And you
the
see
inside because-
right here around where my ass is, this is a style of a non-mobile apiary beekeeping system that still has the same bottom, so they gain the same benefits and health benefits, but it's on a permanent rack, and that's why I've got it on a table in the background behind me, because it's not because we had both mobile and non-mobile apiaries going at the same time because the whole system we developed.
So I'll do that later.
And you can see right behind you in the back, there's a double stack. This is a single stack, and it's got little handles here, so that way it's just easier to move around.
Powder sugar.
I came up with a lot of inventions that changed beekeeping up.
I get a lot of powder sugar.
And you can see the antique farming equipment in the background as well. I was on a billionaire's private orchard up in Napa. Look at all that old equipment.
Yeah, no suit, no aggression. Several different species of bees.
Yeah, we had Italian, Russian. We had several different species of bees all combined. They were always happy.
Powder
My
sugar, a
beekeeping
little bit up
system
first.
is what I developed a new word, like Michelle Obama. I developed a new word called beegonomics, and I use beegonomics to come up with the system. What I mean by that is I tried to think of how the bee lived, how it worked, and how I could make a house for it that would be more accommodative, more secure, more warm, and more safe for the bee. And that's why I came up with, right here we see the word pure, and you see those little holes. I only have 3 of those, totally different from the Langstroth system, because it's easier for the bees to protect a smaller hole than it is for them to protect a 16-inch long fucking opening that leads directly into their brood. It's just the Langstroth system was so rudimentarily stupid, but that's just compared to their knowledge as.
So were you selling the honey in the wax?
Now you lit the live ones out.
Yeah, I'd sell the honey. I would definitely sell the honey.
Right on.
This here. Hold on a second. Boom, there we go. Yeah, went down to the farmer's market, sell the honey. I actually, when someone tried to kill me at work on the 20th floor, I was selling honey back then, about 8 years ago. They called me, what was it? Honey Bucket. Mostly because the honey bucket is also known as a porta potty. And I think it was their way of telling me they thought it was a piece of crap. But they bought honey from me at $10 a jar. And as far as the space miners talking, I think brought up, I actually do know how to make bees go into mason jars and create comb and deposit their honey directly into a mason jar. I have done it. And I know the techniques on how to do it. So that way you don't have to comb up the honey. You just sell it already in a jar with the comb, honey, and everything. It's kind of a badass way to do it. A little bit more labor intensive, but badass. I'm gonna get some milk from the tea. Hold on.
Yeah, like I've hardly noticed any bees around here this year. I'd say all summer so far, I've maybe only seen 5 or 10. Just when I'm like out walking around and whatever. Whereas typically I'd say for sure by this time of year I would have seen 40 or 50.
All right, sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah, have you guys ever seen honeycomb with honey in it inside a mason jar?
I kind of feel like I have,
It's very rare to see because not many beekeepers know how to make it occur.
I feel it was like at a farmer's market or something where I saw it.
Yeah, and that's the only place you would see it. It would take a very knowledgeable beekeeper to be able to pull that one off. And they really would want to have to do it because it's more laborious than it's the most laborious way of creating honey or producing honey, but time saving in the long run because you're not doing extraction of the comb and all this other stuff. So it's still the most laborious way to get it, but it's very creative. Very, very creative. No, not at all. What you do? Oh God, it's hard. You have what's known as a queen extractor or a queen screen that goes over the brood boxes where you separate the brood where the queen goes to lay eggs from the honeycomb where the workers go to create honey. and it's a queen excruder that keeps her from going up there, but the other bees can make it through. So above that, instead of putting a box with the comb, you put a lid, like a top. But on that top, you drill out 12 holes the size of the larger mason jars. And you got to be real precise, because you're going to have to make it so precise that you can actually screw the jar, the mason jar, into the wood top. So you have a really, really tight seal. And then once you get all 12 of them in there, you take that and put it on top of the queen extruder. And then you put the box around that with another lid on it, because it's got to be a dark area. They will not do it unless it's dark. So you've got to take these mason jars and put them on the lid, take the lid off and put it and replace it with where the comb box would be. And then you still have to stick the comb box on without the comb in it, and then a separate lid. So you have the 12 mason jars inside a box on top of the bees, and then on top of the queen extruder. And to make it easier for the bees to attach wax to the glass, you would melt wax down from previous extractions and take a paintbrush, a smaller like model paintbrush, and just run several lines on the inside of the mason jars. And it gives the bees a head start of producing the wax in different forms inside the jar to be able to build the comb for which they will deposit the honey. I told you it was more laborious than, it was the most laborious way.
I kept muting there because I didn't want to interrupt you, and I got that air conditioner fan thing going.
Oh, I can't hear you, air conditioning fan, and I don't care if you interrupt. But that's how you get bees to put honey into mason jars. And then when it's time to extract it, you just unscrew the mason jar and put the lid on it, turn around and put a price tag on it, because the bees did all the work for you. Try and get all the bees out, though. There was one bee that was kind of stubborn, so I just left him in the jar and sold him with the honey.
That's funny.
Yeah, I told the people, watch out, the worker bee was still there. How do they produce the wax? The same way they produce the honey. It's vomit. Oh, this is where people get sickened. Honey is bee vomit. It's dried up bee vomit. That's what honey is. Because what they do is
the main thing they're consuming though is the pollen and everything, right?
Yeah.
So it's regurgitated pollen.
Yeah, it's basically bee pollen throw up. Kind of fucked up when you look at it like that, huh?
Very.
Like, God, I don't want to eat no honey now. And then you take some and you're like, oh my God, a bee could throw up in my mouth any day of the week and I'd appreciate it.
It does.
It sounds sick when you say it like that.
As much as it is sweet, it does have, like, if you really discern, it does
it's
have
acidy.
A slight scent and taste of, the same thing, when you get vomit.
Oh, and it also has the taste and smell of in particular pollen. That's where, if you do pollination contracts, and bees are they're very, very productive creatures. You can make a lot of money off them. Who is Hyena Harris? We'll fix to find out. Oh my God, it's Kamala Harris. Guys, it's the Queen of America from South Carolina, Camel Toes Nickelback.
Grand appearance.
Nobody no more. Everybody knows when I have something like that. Oh, it's nickel.
It's Camel Toe Nickelback.
Okay, what do you do with the wax, and then how much can you get for the wax and all that?
Well, here's the great thing about that. Religion dictates that they give you money. The Catholic religion demands they give you money for your wax. They demand it because it is the Catholics' mandate from the Vatican that all of their candles are 90% beeswax, and the big commercial guys are going out of business. So the small guys are getting real big. And
What happened?
You lost your audio, Neil. Lost your audio.
It was the Vatican. They struck
yep.
it.
Yeah, no, you would not need a secondary source because they would buy all of it. But you also could make your own candles and sell them and get good money for it. They've got old school machines of candle making machines that are mechanical. They're just hand turn. You can hook it up to a machine device that turns it for you, and you can make all different shapes and sizes of candles yourself, and it not consume much of your time whatsoever. And sell it to churches.
But don't they use it for lotion and
I don't know. You could ask Long Live Coins if they make it for lip balm. I'm not quite sure. Or you could talk to Burt's Beeswax, who actually is not a beekeeper anymore. He sold his brand, and he's actually been quoted as saying the worst thing he ever did was produce Burt Beeswax and sell it to Wall Street, because now he's under contract to have to show up and do things that he didn't have to do when he was doing it on his own. So every time you buy Burt's Beeswax, you're helping condemn a man to a fucking commercial hell of Wall Street's control. So buy it from Long Live Coins instead. He's a free beekeeper. And Burt from Burt's Beeswax will tell you the same if you talk to him. I have.
Okay. How many hives does LLC have?
0. I don't know. He's never talked about him. So I don't know. I have 0. But I know where to get them for free. Because I also came up with this thing called a bee highway. And out here in California, it's real easy to identify bee highways. And you're saying, what the hell is a bee highway? Well, you'll have to talk to the guy who discovered it. That would be me. I can go out and get bees for free, where people have to buy them for $100, $200, $300. I know where I can pick them up for free.
How much? Okay, how many hives do you have to make it?
Nickel, your wife's here.
Yeah. How many hives do you have to make anything? I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
it depends. What is your perception of make things with 100
grand? 100 grand. How many would I have to have?
Okay, to make 100 grand, I would say have 2 of my 10 beehive setup trailers, and you would make probably, if you were prosperous enough in looking for individuals that needed pollination, you could probably make $140,000 a year with 2 of them, which would be 16 hives. But you couldn't manage them traditionally, because traditional way of managing hives is not the same as the new industries that are coming out now, because everything's going monoculture. And see, the problem with this colony collapse thing that people always were talking about for a long time, about, oh no, we're going to lose all our bees, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, what people don't realize is 5 humans, less people than are in this chat right now, have all the bees in America for monoculture pollination. 5 people have like 100 million beehives. Those people pay someone else to take care of those hives. Those people are not hygienic. They don't give a crap about hives. They lose a lot of hives. They're not treated properly. They're not kept hygienically. So they spread diseases, and they're a cesspit for diseases, as a matter of fact. And that's why the varroa mite infestation, when it happened, was so devastating, because 3 of the 5 people lost 70% of their bees. Now, listen to those numbers. There's 8 of us in this chat now. If 5 of us had bees and 3 of us lost our bees, would it be a national upsetting event? No. But if you monopolize the bee industry and you control all the bees out there for monoculture pollination, then you have that. And then you have this thing called colony collapse that they sell on TV to get lots of money up from people. But if you actually look at what's happening in America, a lot of people are coming up with 10 and 20 acre homestead farms. And there's no one to pollinate them, because there's only 5 people and they only do, 100,000 acres at a time. Why would they waste their time with 5 or 10 or 20 acres? So there's a new industry coming up there right now. of the small farmer, the guy who's poor and only has 20 acres and wants to farm 10 of it, and no one's going to pollinate his shit for him. So, hey, if you have 10 acres, you make a 10 frame mobile apiary like mine, it takes 2 10-frame mobile apiaries to cover 10 acres for 2 weeks, and you average $158 per hive per acre, or no, per hive, yeah, for 5 acres. So it takes 10 hives for 5 acres, 20 hives to pollinate 10 acres. So you're getting $6,000 in pollination. But you got to go out and got to look for that contract. There's not a phone number out there that you say, hey, I pollinate, you want to hire me, let's go. You have to create that industry, because it's being created in front of us and has been for 5 or 10 years, of the people doing homesteading, small rural farming. This is becoming big industry, but the people who haven't kept up with it is the pollinators and the small beekeepers that will pollinate such small fields. So there's a whole industry there to be created. That's one reason why I developed the mobile the 8 mobile apiary, because I saw that industry being created. So if you do, and it's mobile, it's not you have to pick up each hive and put it on a trailer and cover it up with this green thing and hope like hell most of your bees don't fly away. You take 3 wine corks at night, you plop them in the entrance, and not a one fucking bee will get away. So your losses will be a lot less. And then you drive 300 miles south, 500 miles south, and you do 3 pollination contracts over a 6 weeks time period, meaning you only have to go down there 3 times in 6 weeks, and you made $24,000 in pollination contracts. And a detriment to doing such is your colony will have full honey hives. So you'll be able to have, oh, hey, what's up, Chef? You'll probably have 150 pounds worth of honey to sell from those 6 weeks of pollination that you got paid $24,000. And at $10 a pound, you made yourself an extra $10,000. So in a 6 weeks time period, you could make $36,000. That could go year round if you were a prosperous individual. So when you ask me, you only want to make $100,000 a year, it depends how hard you want to work it. Because you could do that with one of those apiaries, but if you were lazy, ask 2 of them, you could easily get you $140,000 a year. Then it would be easier each year, because you would already have established relationships and contracts. And the great thing too, not only do you have the honey from those contracts and you keep it and you sell it as, if you're in an orange orchard, you have orange honey. If you're in a peach orchard, you sell it as peach honey, because it'll actually have the taste of peach mixed in with the honey, or orange mixed in with honey, because it'll be a pure pollinating honey from that in particular source.
Yeah.
It won't
Apple
be
honey is really good.
Yeah, and apple honey. Yeah, exactly. So, and those are up north more than down south. So that's another reason for invention of a mobile apiary system. So you can move it all you need is a driver's license and a car that has a tow hitch, and be willing to drive to a pollination contract and look for that pollination contract. But now back to making money off the bees, because they're getting so much honey, they're going to be growing. The queen's going to be producing more bees. And that means you're going to be adding boxes of brood. And every box that you add of brood over the 1 or 2 that you want to keep, you can sell every 2 months. You can pull that box off and sell that box for $300. So if you have a trailer of 10, every 3rd month, you can make an extra $3,000 in selling extra bees that you grew because you kept your hives healthy and well fed. So now you're up to $39,000 in a 12-week. Well, no, actually $75,000 in 12 weeks on one trailer, if you can get 12 weeks pollination contracts and sell the honey and sell the extra bees. So yeah, no, there's a lot of money to be depending on the person's ability to want to prosper, the ability of the product that I've created to allow them to prosper will well over 100,000 a year, easy per mobile apiary. And with hard times coming up, big corporations go down, people, entrepreneurs wanting their own businesses. I see mobile apiaries. I could see 10,000 of them here in America, and that'd be 10,000 families that are entrepreneurials that don't work for anyone but themselves. And that's 10,000 families that can homeschool their children and be Americans again, which we don't have now. So I think it could be a prospering industry. But to start it, I need to make a couple finished products, and they're going to cost about $30,000 a piece. So, I need to make some money before I go down that route. And that's why I have other businesses that I want to start that are cheaper to get into, that'll make me money, that I can evolve into that business. But I did a lot of research. And also in Zambia, my mobile apiary system could, if deployed down there properly, According to the NATO's zoologists, biologists that were down there doing studies on honey, could solve a lot of that country's problems with honey and increase their honey sales, and probably to where it would be about one third of their GDP if they used my system, to where now it's like 1/6 of their GDP, honey production and sales. So it could totally change that whole country's economy if they employed my mobile apiary system. I've already done the research on that. That's actually the country I was going to deploy it in. That's how I know. So, and it's also the mobile elephant fencing system, which is another reason why I wanted to go to Zambia, because they need a system to contain their elephants so they don't get slaughtered when they change or go to another country.
79 said it's easier just to make money selling drugs.
Hey Neil,
Slightly illegal.
How do you overwinter the bees?
Well, that all depends. If you're talking about the mobile apiary system and you have it as business, how you overwinter them is if you're, say, in Pennsylvania, you go down to Florida and you find yourself some crops, strawberries or blueberries or something for 6 weeks, and you just keep driving down there every 2 weeks, changing them over from field to field, and you continue making honey because you're driving down to Florida, and that's part of the expense. But see, that's part of the tax expense as well, because those are business deductions. And in that business deduction, you just happen to take your wife down and you take a weekend vacation down to Florida while you're moving your apiaries around. So now a business expense became a make your wife happy event, which makes the whole family happy, because if mama's happy, everyone's happy. So you've made your business
really cool.
a happier life, because you're getting a paid deductions on your business expense for going down to Florida while living in Pennsylvania every 2 weeks. You get to go to a nice warm area, get a lot of money, and move your bees to another area where you're going to get a lot of money. How prosperous do you want to be? You would never have to overwinter your bees if they're in a mobile trailer environment. You can keep them working because the mobile part of it allows that to happen. How far do you want to drive? That's the limit of the possibilities.
I hate driving.
In which case, this business wouldn't be for you, but you could easily make $100,000 a year with mobile apiary and not do too much work. It would be harder at first because you'd be breaking into. You'd have to get clients. You'd have to get for the pollination. You'd have to start off getting clients for sales. But after you get that, second year, it's a downhill business, man. It'll be easy. It's like a no-brainer business at that point in time. It's just easy.
I'd rather raise hamsters to feed snakes or something.
Not as prosperous, but I'm sure there's money in that.
I was kind of visualizing Nickel having a yellow school bus hooked up to one of the mobile apiary.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, actually, if Nickel got the big school bus, I could build the apiary in the back half of the school bus, and he could just park out in the fields and stay with his bees permanently.
Yeah.
Call it your house, and you could give up a house payment. You'd be wealthy because your house would be making you money every 2 weeks. Of course, you'd be living on a bus, but look at the view you'd have every 2 weeks and change up.
Could be worse.
Hella security. No one would walk up to a fucking beehive and steal it. As a matter of fact, 20% of people are allergic to bees. So right off the bat, you could say 20% of thieves won't even come near your house.
Yeah, yellow jackets.
And there's another 60% that are scared as fuck of them. So you just knocked out 80% of crime that could possibly happen to you just by having bees around. So there's a security feature to bees as well.
It'd be nice if you could
train people. Huh?
Be nice if you could train them to, swarm someone that's showing up on.
Yeah.
Well, you're going into Marvels and DC land there. But
that's what
there are
79
things
you can do to me.
There are things you can do with the bees that can change other creatures, other animals' behaviors.
Right, like the elephants.
Yep, and that's a very prosperous field to get into if you're the first one into it. You could develop some sort of a spike system that you stick into the ground that would be hard to pull out, so the fellow Africans wouldn't be into the thieving of it. Have a small solar array on top of it with a little chip that feeds a sound that's on a motion sensor that when something big comes up to it, it gives a bee sound. And that could be stuck in the ground. That'd be more than enough to chase elephants away from it by about 100 as soon as they come in within the sensing range of the motion detector, and you set the motion detector off to, for like bus size shit, so that way a leopard or a water buffalo won't set it off. Only elephants will. Very easy. You just piece together pieces of technology that are out there right now and real cheap, and just throw them together, and you have yourself an elephant fencing system. I'm going to try and sell that system to Zambia one day once I start making some money. A couple countries are actually, Botswana will probably buy it. Be a lot of countries that will want to contain their elephants inside their country's lands for protections reasons.
What about little drones that are yellow and kind of look like
there's a lot of other, there's a lot of cost. You just added shitload of cost. The system I just told you about is you have one guy go out there, pound them into the ground a couple feet so they can't be stolen, and they're like 12-foot sticks, 3 foot in the ground, 9 foot above ground with the solar panels, so no one can steal them. More of a theft thing, one-time deposit, you're back. If you have a drone, you're going to have someone within range of that drone to operate it. That means you're going to need a vehicle, you're going to need gas, you're going to need a paycheck, you're going to need insurance. The cost just went up exponentially.
Gotcha.
It's all about cost. The cheapest cost prohibitive measure wins. And if you have to employ one person, that's fucking expensive, because now you got taxes, you got retirement, you got insurance, you got Social Security, you got benefits. I mean, wow. Look at the expense of just one person compared to you just stick something out there one time. You didn't worry about it for 5 years. What's that expense? Well, it's a lot cheaper than hiring one person for 5 years, isn't it? Yep. I learned that when I was coming up with my bee design, and I was looking for investors that would get me down to Africa, and what they look at. And there's actually conferences that they have. I actually went to one in Palo Alto, and the conference, it was, who was it? It was that lady who worked with chimpanzees. Her name, I do not recall right now. She's very famous paleontologist, I believe, worked with chimpanzees in Africa. Anyhow, there was in her name, they were having this thing, and I met a lot of philanthropists that were looking to, donate money to shit. And you got to explain things to them. And what they look for, their prerequisites before they give money is it a one-time investment, a recurring investment, or an investment that is a one-time investment that can made to be profit and self-sustaining. So they have like 3 or 4 criteria that they place you in, depending on what it is. So it's advantageous to try and fit one of the better criteria when coming up with an investment if you're looking for a philanthropist to give you money for it.
Jane Goodall, Dr. Jane Goodall.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, sir. It was in Palo Alto, and it was about it was 9 years ago, I think. 8, 9, 10 years ago, somewhere like that. It was down in Palo Alto. They were having a Jane Goodall convention. And a lot of philanthropists are down there, a lot of multi-millionaires looking to give away their money for good causes and shit. That's how you smooth with the big people. They got money, they want to give it away. No, I got her blocked. I can't see her. No, I'm kidding, 79.
I'll pay you to go to Africa if you promise to never come back.
Okay, it's a deal, 79, but you have to fit in my luggage that comes with me, and it also doesn't come back. So that way both of us will be stuck there. I'll have a good time in Africa. I don't think you'll have as good time as I would.
A one-way ticket to paradise.
One way ticket.
I tell you what, there's a lot of really, really good business opportunity in Zambia, because Saudi Arabia, on an international long-term scale, was looking to get out of oil and become an international tourist destination of the world. But because they're Islamic, their laws won't be comparable to everyone, and it's a big failure. But Zambia is still an international tourist destination of the world, and has been and will be for quite some time, which means there's got a lot of work, even though it might be seasonal. The cost of living is low. You could really, if you didn't want to do anything in your life except for get a job and retire, that's a beautiful place to be. A lot of international English is spoken. I mean, it's pretty safe.
You know what else comes out of Zambia?
Elephants, mangoes, honey.
Zambian emeralds. Zambian
emeralds.
Yeah,
emeralds. Yeah. No, they got a lot.
They're my second favorite emerald. It's Zambian.
And that probably comes from the mountain range on the west coast of, or the not coast, western border district of Zambia that borders Uganda. Because when the United Nations scientists went down there to do an assay of how much plant life and floral they have there for honey production back in 2012, and they said that if they could access a majority of that part of their country, they could get like 300 metric tons of honey sales extra per year, which would like take their honey sales up to their third or second highest GDP for the country.
Is Space Miner leaving?
I don't know. Is he? Ask him.
You leaving, Space Miner?
There you go. That wasn't that hard. You didn't have to me. I had to spin. Hot damn. I love these open I love these open panel formats. I think Space Miner should come up here if he wasn't such a chicken shit fucking fireman.
Well, how about 79?
They ain't got the balls. Awesome? They ain't got the balls of a fucking iron worker to come up on stage.
If you had 79 come up and like you're the only one that could do it.
No, I ain't gonna have 79 come up. Why would I want that?
Oh, I was gonna ask Chef, what caliber did you get? All different kinds? You got 1,000 rounds. Did you get 9mm, 45, 32?
Okay, we're not gonna talk about that, Chef, but that's a very good point. Yeah, that's a very good point. You get the ballots coming in that say Joe and camel toes instead of camel toes. You know it's a stage thing.
22 longs.
Yeah, that's a good rifle. A good round. Well, better round for a rifle than a pistol for a 22 gauge. I like pump action rifle and use 22 longs. I could only fit 17 of them in my rifle, but I could fit like 22 of the shorts and 17 of the longs. And you get a good 75 yards, 100-yard accuracy with a 22.
Oh, he's got a Walther P22.
What about trained attack Canada geese? You train the Canada geese to attack.
Yeah, no, you're right. 79 has a point here. JM's not allowed to have guns. He's a Canadian.
Yeah. They can have shotguns, right?
You can have civilian here can have firearm for the purposes of hunting, in season only, obviously, and for target practice. But it's illegal to have one for the purpose of self-defense.
I know. What a place.
Yes, Space Miner. Nickel wanted you to come up on stage, but you're leaving because we wanted you to come up stage. We understand stage fright is what it is. You know, firefighters are only not scared of fires. You're scared of cameras. We understand.
It makes me think of that song, The Roof is on fire. We don't need no water, mister. You remember that song?
Oh yeah, let the fuck
burn. And it's the school. The school is on fire. Where are you going, 70 Nickel?
Where am I going?
Not Nickel, Space Miner. Can't take the heat, the pressure of the lights and the cameras too much for you. We hear you, bro. It's not that your beard won't grow out evenly. It's that the flames scorch part of it. And
he's going space mining. He's going space mining.
He's hopping in his plutonium Z-38 Martian the Marvin's rocket ship and going to space mine. You guys remember that, Marvin the Martian?
Yeah, I liked him. So 79, did I have your picture about right? Did you resemble that person?
You know what was really missing on that, in my opinion, was a nice halo.
Oh, what, on the picture?
Like, an angel's halo.
Oh yeah,
just on top of her head.
I bet you that picture's probably not too far from being like a lot of like. I mean, it tells me.
I think I'm gonna go to my next union meeting with a mega hat just to piss them off.
Like, who could be against making America great again? Like,
A lot of idiots. That's who you find out.
ridiculous.
That's who you find out who the idiots are. No, I'm voting for the same guy who's in there now. He's doing a great job. Okay. Tattoo a fucking eye on him for idiot.
I'm not familiar with a geometric torus.
A what?
Geometric torus? Comment from William regarding the halo. No, I'm not familiar. I could look it up though.
I'm familiar with the tetrahedron.
Yep.
I'm familiar with the polyhedron. Most of those I'm familiar with those geometric shapes for that gentleman I spoke of, Eric Weinstein. He's he's a professor of a PhD and mathematician. He's actually, hold on, was it a polyhedral tetrachlorodome? I think I've built one of those before. Basically, what it is it's a eight-sided greenhouse made out of triangles and a half circle roof. Oh, that looks like the theory of everything in the middle.
It looks like something you sit on if you got hemorrhoids. But hey, a space miner, have you sold any of your osmium? Has anybody sold any osmium jewelry or whatever they made yet? I want to see it. I want to know it.
Right on.
Go ahead with you pulled your thing down. I just did that because someone was talking about osmium.
That's all right. I can share it again if you want. I just thought.
Well, I didn't want you to pull it down because I interrupted you by throwing that up there, but someone said osmium, so I threw it up there.
Perfect. I think we all got the idea.
Oh yeah.
So, and I think the idea was like a donut-shaped halo.
Yeah, like a hemorrhoid seat.
Oh, space miners ahead of y'all. He sold some of his osmium.
He just sold out. That's all.
He sold some. He said, I think.
No, he sold out. You're supposed to make it and keep it for personal family wealth.
Oh, you sold it all, space miner. Wow.
I'm fucking with you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't see anything wrong with buying it, adding value to it, and selling it, with a nice.
That's
profit.
exactly what I encourage. If anyone was even believing the bullshit that just came out of my mouth, you need to drink some more.
So he sold 3 pieces.
That's what I encourage. You buy a piece, you instantly. There is no precious metal out there that you can do this with. You buy the piece, you add it with a precious metal, creating something called jewelry. You instantly, overnight, increase the value of that crystallized osmium and that small piece of metal that you use by no less than 100% and as much as 500%. How long does it take gold to 100x it or 100 to get 100%? It would have to go up to 20 or 4,600. Silver would have to go up to 60. But with crystallized osmium, and if you bought crystallized osmium now and you stuck it in a piece of jewelry, you could add 100 to 500% overnight.
Okay, let's ask Space Miner this. He should be up here. He should.
That's why I tell him to get up here, but he's too chicken shit. I
I
told
think
you he's a fireman.
most likely it would be between 1 and 200%. But yeah,
Yeah, but like I said, between 1 and 500, depends on how creative you are with the piece. You could get up.
Okay, Space Miner, you still got 60 pieces left. Are the people that's buying from you, are they strangers in the community or what?
People are strange when you're a stranger. People are lonely when you're alone.
It's got to be people in our community, probably, because nobody else much knows about it. Look at 79. She don't know what we're talking about. Yeah, Osmium is a metal. It's in the platinum group.
Neil, I would recommend play that clip again.
Palladium, platinum, rhodium, iridium, osmium.
Pay attention, 79, on this one. If you can, Neil, play that thing again.
Yeah, 79. Pay attention.
I don't think she was here.
Oh, it doesn't matter. She needs to pay attention anyhow. Here or not. Even if you're not here, pay attention. I love that last part.
I didn't mean to be so demanding, but I think it was good timing to play that again.
Yeah, just tell me to. I'll throw it out there. I love that shit.
So what I'll do for anyone in the chat, that's not familiar with Osmium, I just dropped a link. That's the first website that I checked out when I was looking into Osmium. It's the European website, but you can do it in US dollars, and it just gives you an idea of the selection that they've got. Pretty cool.
First Amendment community. Okay, what's the First Amendment community? I guess I don't know anybody in there. Christian community. Now, I probably know some people there.
Not diamonds. They're better than diamonds. They have.
Oh yeah, they're
150% more reflectiveness than a diamond. You see a diamond, the refraction of a diamond's noticeability be at 10 meters. The same size in crystallized osmium would be at 25 meters. As far as for noticeability, reflection of the light, where it'll hit your eye and bring bling to whether it's earring, nose ring, necklace, whatever you're wearing.
It's at least 2 times better than a diamond, and probably 1.5 times better than moissanite. So you notice the difference when you see it. Well, if you get a
in the light, in the sunlight, it's like 10,000 perfect mirrors on a 2 millimeter, 3 millimeter, 4 millimeter, 5 millimeter area. And in direct sunlight, if you think of the rays of sunlight like straight lines coming down from the sun hitting this object, and say it's a ring on your finger, and those straight lines are coming down and your finger's moving, every time your finger moves down in front of those straight lines, you're going to get a reflection of it. So you're going to be blinging off this the bling factor is going to be like, they're going to have to make a new bling factor machine for this shit.
Well, a 5 is a lot better than a diamond. If you get a 1 or a 2, you might be close to about the same, probably somewhere in the line. But a 5, you haven't seen it. It's like it's got more glitter than Elvis Presley's costumes, and you know how they glittered when he was performing. You don't have any handy to show, do you? Actual pieces, jewelry. Did we lose Neil again, his speaker? I think we lost Neil again. Earth to Neil. Earth to Neil. I think we lost him again. He's got to reset his speaker.
I agree and disagree, and maybe.
So,
I
but
just
if you had,
I
if
blame
you had-
7-9. I feel good all the time.
if you don't have any actually your jewelry around that you can show.
Who?
You.
I never
I
had
made
any
any jewelry out of it yet.
No, the person I was dealing with never did anything, sending me back to the Osmond. So I've been waiting 3 months and nothing happened, and they're sending me back to Osmond, so I got to start from scratch all over again. So you guys got a 3-month head start.
I don't. I haven't done anything yet.
Well, that's because you sat on your ass for 3 months.
Thule had the same problem. The one
She
was
sat on her ass for 3 months too. Cool.
And the guy wouldn't do it. I don't know if she's got anything made now or not, but Ian did. He got some nice pieces. I wish you could show that. The gold earrings.
Yeah,
he made
earrings,
are
yeah.
fabulous. Huh?
It would have been nice to have something to match with, but whatever. No biggie.
Yeah,
Life goes on.
But Ian, his was really nice and really good price for $600. I thought that was a good price.
We don't talk about shit that doesn't work out for us. That's what happened. Everything is in the past. It's not worth talking about, and we move forward.
Well, we ought to give her the site. She can go look Ian's site. What is it?
She ought to hook up with Ian. She used to talk to him. I don't know why she stopped. It's a free America. Call that motherfucker and talk to him. Yeah, I'm very vulgar tonight. I don't know why. The iron worker coming out in me, even though I've only done 2 weeks of iron worker this year. I guess it's rubbed off over the past 3 decades where I'm still an iron worker, even though I don't work as one.
No, Silver Blues, the best covered in osmium. Oh my! You better be a millionaire. That's all I can say.
Good night, William. You have a great night, my brother. I want a minute hand and an hour hand of a watch in a crystallized 2, or excuse me, a sparkle 2 or 3. Most probably 2 would be better. And put him on fucking Space Miner's watch. Because that way, if he got that, he could talk to those people with that watch and probably get himself a sponsorship. And he needs to hurry up and do that shit. So that way he doesn't go have to out there and do fighting fires. He can go walk around and have his old lady think he's cheating on her because he's a big star showing off a watch he had made.
I noticed that. You said something about take the wife for a vacation. I said that would be
I would not go on a vacation till next summer. Any extra money I had, I would save until after November because there's going to be so many things on sale. It'll be freaking pathetic. You'll be kicking yourself in the ass. Damn, we just took that vacation, wasted $3,000. I could have bought that Lambo for $3,000. Fuck.
Now you sound like Kenji and all his Lambos that he's never proved to me one he has.
Well, he'll be selling them for $3,000 a piece with what's coming.
I wonder why Kenji didn't come in during the All-Star game when Caitlin was doing so well. Only one turnover.
Yeah, those Lamborghinis are going to be high on maintenance too.
I would never
own
one of them pieces of crap.
You have to find a special mechanic for them.
I'd sooner get a Corvette.
I would rather get a 1967 Mustang Coupe that I could work on, and I just saved a lot of money because I can get a fully restored Mustang Coupe 1967 for about $35,000.
Another great car right now is
restored.
Is the Cadillac? Was it the Cadillac CT5?
Also, like the 1968 Buick Riviera.
Oh yeah.
It came with a 404 factory.
Land yachts.
Hell yeah. But, oh, it was so comfortable, man. It was like a battleship. Just fucking coasting. It was a good ride. Expensive. It only got like 8 miles to the gallon. Totally steel car, though, dude. It was most likely bulletproof. Total steel car.
I hear a liar.
James smoking a California cigarette.
Something.
California cigarette.
Yeah. The closest car I ever had to a nice old classic like that was a 79 Mercedes 450 SEL. So it was no supercar, but
Is that the little ones?
no, it was their full size.
Okay.
It's their full size.
What color was it? Gray?
White.
White.
That car in the picture right there is the exact color and make and model of car that I had when I was in high school. But mine had a white top. That one has a darker top. But I had a maroon and white 1967 Mustang coupe. It looked exactly like that son of a bitch. And I won another one. Wow, that killed the conversation.
Yeah, and I'm just looking something up right now. I'm still here with you though.
I'm here with you, bro. Just don't jump, man. Don't jump. What? Let me think about it. I'm not
I'm trying
hungry.
to find a picture of
I wants to eat some steak and taters before my belly blows up and the virus gets to me. I need to call a friend. Smoke some weed.
Gerald, I've got a bunch of the Batmobiles that are Hot Wheels and all that other. Some of them's got to be worth some bucks. I think Ertl. I think one of them's an Ertl, and then I think one's a Hot Wheel or something.
Nice, Gerald. Oh, who we have here? We have James Carr.
that's the what happened there? That would be the closest that
Get their newsletter, bro. Get their newsletter.
That's a sedan.
Yeah, but it was the one I had was white.
Is that a 72?
79.
Oh,
Oh, this says 77, but I was looking for what I had was a 79, so that's pretty close.
So you had car. You had the one on like they used on Magnum PI.
Yeah, but I did
Hold
not
on a
have.
second. Special guest star coming up here. We have a firefighter who's not scared of a camera. That'd be you, Space Miner.
Hey, Space
Except
Miner.
he's okay. Now
he just won't talk.
How you guys doing?
Oh yes, he can talk. Holy cow! What's up, my friend? How you doing?
What's up, bro? You made me abandon my pickup project.
Dag nabbit, I'm a bad human being. That's why my friends' girlfriends always hated me. I'm a bad influence.
You've never steered me wrong.
Yeah, that's because I'm older now.
Oh, gosh.
When I was younger, that's the only thing I did. I'd be like, man, if you don't do this, you're going to die regretting it. Can you fucking live with that? You can always ask for forgiveness. Don't ask for permission. Things like that with my go-tos.
79, that was 15 or 20 years ago that I had that car.
Yeah, those are considered pretty fancy cars.
I am pretty good at starting trouble wherever I go, if trouble is needed to be started. And that usually depends on my mood. Yeah, I guess I am a shit starter. So 70 Space Miner, what else you got going on? When are you going to do that fucking minute hand and hour hand? Talk to Ian about getting those made, man.
Oh man, that's a tough one.
No, it's not. Just call him up and say, "Hey, Ian, I want to have the Osmium Institute make me up a Sparkle 2 minute and hour hand for this style of watch." And give them the style, and they should be able to go online and get the style, get all the dimensions, get everything, and cut it out for you. Special cut, special order, but you can still get it.
Well, I know it might come as a bit of a shocker, but turns out watches are quite the difficult little mechanisms to work with.
Oh, that's a bunch of bullshit. They're easy, man. I know third graders that throw them together in China. Come on, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm glad you got the humor in that one.
My bare paws, dude, my hands are huge. It's tough. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna move forward with the watches, man. After setting it in the crowns, I think I'm gonna move forward and get some crowns produced to accept them right away. So, and then I'm looking at maybe just getting some equipment and seeing how far I could go with my own watch. So,
Right on.
I don't think I'll ever build a Motion, but you know, a lot of the parts I think I can get through.
Sweet, sweet. Well, it's an open field. It's like the first time someone ever looked at the freaking Atlantic Ocean and said, "What's on the other side?" You know, it's first one to build a boat and get there. You know, anyone can build a boat and get there. Just do it. It's open territory. This new, newly offered to the public in its form of crystallization, eighth precious metal of osmium.
Yeah, this is, you know, I said in my video the other day, I said it, you know, I was tempted to call it the future of money, but really it's a future in money, you know, and it really just aligns with a lot of our modern day requirements, things that people are just used to seeing, accustomed to seeing. They kind of expect it, you know, and
I think as a community, we need to try and get together. Those of us that are seriously making pieces and wanting to make pieces, basically most of the people here tonight, and try and form a security company and use a 4mm round as like an optical, like you have the optical readers for your eyes for security, and you see in the movies people will cut the eye out and use the eye because you can still do that, right? And yeah, you can steal the osmium, but if you put the osmium in a card that's like JM's picture there of his domino, a gold card, or if you look at the Panther card that the Osmium Institute made, the 1 ounce of gold with the osmium in it. If you have something like that, that's not something that, you know, it's going to stay secure because it's obviously valuable, but it would be, as everyone should obviously agree, the most secure system for an optical security device. The only issue would be, you know, having the right human, and you could easily overcome that even by doing a facial recognition system body scan of a person before they use the osmium, and that overcomes the opportunity of, you know, just stealing the piece and using it. Because if you go up there and you don't even look like the person who owns the osmium and you try it, it alerts whoever. I think it would be an idea, not a widely accepted, but a highly upper end use for security.
For sure. Like I can see like a business card with the osmium inset in it, like it is a gold bar here. So your card's going to be thicker, maybe 3-4 times the thickness of a credit card, and it's well inset in there. And you put it in and it reads that, and that would be 100% secure.
100% secure. And you can back that up, like I said, with a facial and body scan of the individual presenting that card, so that you could get an exact duplicate of the person who has the authority to use that in particular card. And you have yourself a guaranteed If someone were to kill you and trying to use it, it would not work. If they had a gun to your back and tried, it would not work. You know, it could be made to be the most secure system of locking something up out there.
Let me take it one more step further with the key thing, because that's one of the first things I advocated for, is that, you know, with it's not a one-time set key either. It's not like a one-time read. If you had a program that could, you know, pick, you know, 300, 200 spots, you know, off the bat, and then it only has to sequence, you know, 150, 200 of them or whatever, you know, whatever
Yeah.
percentage.
Yeah.
And technically, key is resettable and transferable. You know, it just has to pick new spots or a different orientation according to the reader. You know, and it's a brand new code.
All of it is highly viable in one security company. An idea that I was thinking of is for a safe room, because there's lots of those. A lot of people have safe rooms. So to access the safe room, only your family has the osmium. And you can access your safe room. That way no one else can get in. They'd have to use dynamite. And by then, other people will be there stopping them, you know, thus making it a successful lock for a safe room.
I think it'd also be a really good prestigious lockout icon. Like, you could use it in some high-end cars. It's not so much that the guy actually needs that level of security so much as the prestige of the number, you know, the most noble of metals.
What you got to think of is think of it in this term. Okay, I'm looking at getting what's known as a CAD drawing for a catamaran design I have, and what that is it's a computer drawing in a three-dimensional video kind of walkthrough, right? That style is so successful at selling boats that the last company, an Italian company I know of, sold a $135 million private yacht off of a computer drawing at the Cannes Yacht Festival. So to think that people wouldn't consider using the system that you just talked about is outrageously wrong, Space Miner, because if someone will walk up and see a computer walkthrough design of a yacht that does not exist and ask the guy how much is it, and they say 135 million euros, and the guy say build it, here's 135 million euros, there's people out there like that would easily use this security system that you were talking about.
It's you couldn't ask for a more natural you know, because it's not like a computer code that can be replicated, copied, you know, imaged, you know.
Well, the funny thing is, no one knows about this crap. So to use it as a security system, you could have it as an earring and no one even know that's yours. As a matter of fact, when's the last time you ever thought of an earring being a key to the security system?
Well, hypothetically, depending on the sensitivity of the light sensor, it could be recognized and verified from, you know, like a sparkle. I think
and that's where the well, you could do a voice recognition, body recognition, and face recognition as a person's walking up, it trying to identify where the osmium's at, identify the osmium, and do everything. Guarantee it's you. You're not under stress, and you have the verifiable piece of osmium all as you're walking up to the door.
Yeah, because each piece of jewelry is obviously going to have only so many visible points from a certain distance or something to that effect.
Yep.
You know, and so like if again, there's like a sensitivity range of the sensor, and then there's going to be the sensitivity of the physical key, meaning like a Sparkle 1 is not going to read until it's really close, whereas like a Sparkle 5 is going to read from across the room. So, you know, you could kind of, even with
I think a Sparkle 1 would still work within 10 foot of a good enough camera.
Yeah, it's got the potential. You know, like I was showing in that coin scope, I was blurring on purpose to kind of show all those little halos that appear, you know, and to really kind of bring out the whole idea of, you know, the individual points and facets, you know, and so as you blur out the camera and take it out of focus, it forms different color orbs, you know, through the light settings, you know, like as the focus is changing, it'll actually pick up different colors of orbs. And so like that's kind of how I was thinking that you could get it reading from across the room pretty easy, because in focus or not, even when it's out of focus, it's just as identifiable, you know, with the multicolor halo spectrum, you see. And so I don't know if if I'm making myself clear what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I still go back to, if someone will throw down 135 million euros for a boat that doesn't exist to have someone buy it, I see someone easily. I see 10 times that many more people throwing 20 million euros at developing this security system. What I'm saying is there's money out there that could back up this idea and make it reality. That's all I'm saying.
The beautiful part is all these systems are already built.
Exactly. You just mix and match them together.
Yeah, I mean,
they should work.
System.
And it's new. Voila. You know, it's like, wow, okay, cool. This is so fucking easy. All you got, the hardest part of it is convincing people.
I think it'll be one of those things where it's not about convincing them. It's just about letting them know about it. And that's about it. Because people that are going to want to look into it are going to look into it. And then it'll just happen. And I think it'll be very, very difficult to get.
That right there is an osmium ring picture. You could have that thing segmented down into 16 segments of security. Just the identification pieces throughout the sections of the rings being so different. That one ring you could use for 16 different security systems and have it identify. I mean, it's so diverse, the amount of uses. it's wow. You could have it to where you'd have to stick your whole hand in and it would read the whole damn thing. I mean, there's so many personalized uses that you could make a security system off of this. It's pathetic.
Neil, if there is 10,000 times more recognition points in a square millimeter than a fingerprint, I mean, then that means that there's got to be at least a minimum of 10,000 points potentially in a single square millimeter, you know, like as minimum starting point. Yeah.
And if your computer scanned that whole ring and all those points, and it came up and you were like walking down in like a 10-foot hallway to get to your secure location where your security to use it's at, it could easily identify that ring as being the ring needed to get through that door. And then you unlock other security features such as a body scan and facial recognition, and then have the person stick their hand in a device that'll read their whole handprint scan with that ring. And you just along with an optical scanner, and you just made such a secure security levels of security for that room. It couldn't be breached by anyone other than hacking the computer somehow to void all of those different levels of security added in that could be read by the computer at a 10-foot walking distance.
Neil, let me throw a new one at you. It's osmium happens to have the properties, the vapor osmium happens to have the properties of gamma ray resistance, right? It shields from gamma rays. So if you could produce like a micro gamma ray, you know, hypothetically, every piece would have a different reflective quality. Yeah. Based on, and you could have an atomically measured key code based on the amount of gamma reflectivity.
Yeah. Like there's the like I said, the levels of security for this thing are so in depth. And with people out there with such great wealth that they'll spend $135 million euros on a yacht design they see on a computer. You put those two together, and you know, you guys just have a good damn business, and you're hanging around with the most richest people in the world because of your idea of having a damn good business. See how that could be life changing? Instead of hanging around with the rest of us, you'd be hanging out with hundred millionaires, whatever they're called. I know it's more than millionaire, but 100 millionaires, people who can afford to drop $135 million on a fucking design. That's outrageous.
Well, does anybody in here have experience with contacting these bigger companies? Because I can't even get past customer service Autobots.
It's all about connections, and yes, I'm actually saving that card for my Lightning Strike channel, and that card for me is Travis, because he knows a couple senators, congressmen, and a lot of business owners. But I'm saving that card for my Lightning Strike channel because I want to actually do some science with that Lightning Strike shit, because I think there's a lot of potential technological gain from knowledge that could be gleaned from the study of lightning.
I think your best approach into a larger organization like that is through their marketing department, not through.
Well, yeah, and that right there, when you go that route, what determines how far you get before you start receiving resistance is how well your presentation is. So you have to have a well laid out presentation. In other words, you're probably going to have a whole basically a virtual layout to where someone can open up the computer, look at it, and you have a virtual person walking down with a piece of osmium, either in a ring or earring and a card or whatever, and you can virtually show areas where different types of the security system are that recognize who the person is through different features such as their walk, their weight, their height, their size, their hair color, their facial recognition, their optical recognition, and they have the right piece of osmium, crystallized osmium on, and the reading of that. And you'd have to show the whole system to the person because it's so real complex. The people that have that kind of money don't know the complexities of this shit. They just know a good thing when they see it and invest highly in it and make more money. So you're going to have to convince someone who's not really technically advanced thinking, but does have a lot of money and knows a good thing when they see it. And the best way to present it to them is in a visual format. And so that is the best way of success. Because if you also, when you reach into like your HR department or whatever your department you just mentioned, if you're showing them a virtual design on a computer layout of your system, and it's how it would work in reality through the virtual world, that is a type thing that garners the attention of executives, and the lowerings know this, so you'd receive less resistance before you get closer to the top and where you need the information to get to. So a better laid out presentation will get you further along faster than a not so thoroughly and visually appealing presentation.
It's true. Yep, I agree with that.
Or just bring a lot of bees with you, and they'll all run out, and you just go through the fucking door and say, hey, no one was out front. I just walked through. That's another way.
Well, if you can be in touch with their sales manager, like sales manager's always looking for a way to make more money. And it could very well be the thing that they need. And, the higher ups would just turn it away. It's an option I just think you should not overlook. That's all.
Yeah, I think you get further along with the further you went with the idea before you presented it. You would get further along with getting other people to throw money at it. Because I know when I was trying to get money from people to send me to Africa at their dime, yeah, that's what I was trying to do. I got $30,000 to do it too, and to do it, I had to present it in a manner that I wouldn't think I'd have had I not researched how to get money from that type of person and what they look for in their criteria. And there are actually criteria out there for designs like what we're talking about. You just first off got to find out what those criteria are, and go above and beyond on the meeting and the reaching of those criteria. And you'll find that will get you statistically along with the guy who knows nothing. He's just got the 9-to-5 job, but he's hired to look through this shit. Because what he's going to look at is he's going to look at the prerequisites that were on a piece of paper that he was hired to make sure people match up with, or their ideas match up with, before they make it through him. You see what I'm saying? Because he won't care. He's just a 9-to-5 job. Doesn't matter if the idea is the cure for cancer. He doesn't give a fuck. He's got a 9-to-5 job. It's got to meet the criteria to pass his level of of criteria up to the next level, or else it's his ass on the line and he likes his job. And that's the difficulty of passing ideas upward. Trust me, I got a great idea right now worth millions of dollars. They just want $12,000 for me to patent it, and I can't get that up right now. Once I do get it up, I will get it. It's an extension ladder safety device patent. Actually, be real big in your business, Space Miner. Actually, no, it won't, because you're a firefighter. I don't really give a fuck about that in your field.
What?
The angle of ladders for proper usage. It's more for construction site, not for firefighters. You guys are more in, hey, I had to do it to save a life. So what if it was 20 degrees off of optimal? You know, they don't give a fuck. But in my field, out in like on a refinery, and you're carrying up, you know, you're doing some shit. Proper angle of ladders is very important. But documentation of the proper angle doesn't exist. And I have a patent that you could add to an extension ladder that gives you documentation of angles. That way it stops litigation. It's more of a litigation patent. Litigation patents carry the most weight when it comes to selling them.
I'm not sure what size those osmium rounds are.
Those osmium rounds are 3 millimeter. You talking about on the dominoes?
Yep.
Those are 3 millimeter.
Thanks, Neil.
No problem. He's got 3 millimeter on the 6-sided dice as well, and they are actually the same size holes used for dominoes. That's how I know that.
And those would most likely be a Sparkle 2, at most like a Sparkle 3.
I'd say, yeah, 100% between a 2 and a 3. Because some of them got some real good sparkles, some of them don't, and that's very indicative of a 2. But
well, it looks to me like it's zoomed in or focused on the domino, not the one
not osmium,
by itself, but the one just at 10 o'clock, the next one. That's what's focused. Everything else is blurry.
And all the blurry ones have bling to them, and they have that little color thing that Space Miner was talking about.
There we go.
I think this is this a 4 or a 3? I can't remember.
I think you got a 4.
I think it is too. I think it's a 4.
What did you get, Nickel?
A 4 sparkle eye.
Cool.
Yeah, I think it's so much better than diamonds.
We lost. Space Miner got his wife came in the room. He had to fucking hang up.
I need a U, then I have IU.
No, you need an O and a U, so that way you can have IOU. That would be a good necklace. IOU. What?
I thought he was going to get a heart and then send all 3 off to 79.
Man, that's what I was thinking too, bro. That was to be like a proposal piece.
Well, or a Christmas gift, or just because.
Oh, just because it would be so romantic.
Right?
Well, I want you guys to thank me for me not pushing my run for presidency real hard on my own channel.
Well, that's greatly appreciated. You know how easily I get offended.
Many didn't. I don't think they like you doing it on there, do they?
Who?
Independent Minnie.
Oh no, she loves it. And Ninja also, I've been doing it on his channel. He started talking about there's only 2 parties. I instantly type in Neil Hahn for POTUS 2024.
Don't forget about Neil.
If you're gonna throw your vote away, throw it my way. Neil Hahn for president 2024.
The Wizard of Osmium.
I even have was it $1 million restaurant tip Carlos. One of Ninja's other mods, he'll put three American flags in, and then he puts Neil for president and 3 more American flags. So I might get 30 or 40 votes this time around, brother. And one of many reasons, is I actually do hope to be president and get a grassroots effort and have like millions vote for me. But other than that, of everyone on this planet, the only people that will truly be remembered are those that are in documentation that'll be remembered and saved to be remembered. And voting is one of those. And if through time the same name is seen small amount or large amount, it'll still be remembered. And that's one of many reasons why this will be my fourth run for presidency. I'll throw up archaeologists in about 500 years. They'll be like, who is this Neil Hahn guy? Was he really important? We've seen several different people voting for him for president. He must have been somebody special. And then they'll waste their time finding out I'm only special enough to find out I'm not special. But I'll be remembered.
Everyone's special.
They all know Neil Hahn was nobody special.
How are you guys filling your page with a picture? Like JM's got the domino and you've got the
Gotcha.
Osmium ring.
Do you want to tell him, Neil, or you want me to?
No, you can go ahead. I'm
So-
gonna fuck around here.
What you do is you go at the bottom of your StreamYard screen. It says settings. Click on settings.
settings.
And then go to virtual background. And but you got to cover. Oh, he disappeared.
Guess the gemstone.
He pushed the
Anybody?
wrong button.
Yeah. Can anybody guess this gemstone?
Hold on a second. Let me quit fucking around here and get back in. That one would be. Oh, it's clear. Okay. Would it be an Alexandrite?
Nope.
It looked kind of grayish, translucent grayish.
The clarity is not great. It's got it, but it's not great. I've got ones that got better clarity than this.
It's not a dark amethyst, is it?
No.
Nope. Anybody in the chat guess?
And it's not a garnet.
Garnet?
Nope.
No, garnets are red. It's not a ruby. It might. Hold on a second. A crystalline?
Nope.
Is there any chance it's quartz?
Well, yeah, a lot of stones are quartz. It's in. They find it in New Hampshire. It is quartz, but you got to gain the right one. There's a lot of quartz.
New Hampshire quartz.
No, it's smoky quartz.
Oh,
Smoky
for crying
quartz.
out loud.
What's up, Homestead?
Okay. So I was. Do I get like
Yes, you get a cookie.
half bonus, half a cookie?
Nope, you get a cookie. Hold on a second here.
No soup.
All right, hold on a second here. Let me shock and awe you people with my magnificence. Hold on a second here. Settings, virtual background, none.
Right. So Space Miner, you want to cut if you don't want to face reveal, you got to cover your camera, and then when you're back in there in virtual background, you'll see that it gives you a few right off the bat, but you can upload your own backgrounds, and so that's what we're doing.
You guys see that?
Oh, I'm not getting a virtual background option.
Are you on your phone or on a computer?
It took me a long time to figure it out.
It might not have that option on the phone.
Last time I did it, it worked. So
When
anybody know what that is?
Aquamarine,
Nope.
topaz.
Yep. I thought Homestead. I saw where he guessed a while ago. I said, well, I'll let him get it right. How about this one?
I'm fixing to eat some Maui cookies.
Ruby. No, that's amethyst.
Yep. Everybody ought to get this one as soon as I put it up. It's this one's the easy one. If I can get a hold of it. And if I can get it with my fingers right, that I can actually show it. It's slick.
Too low.
Down. Look at James down.
Aquamarine.
Nope.
What is it called? Lapis Lazuli or Paloozy or something like that?
There's a thing called lapis, but nope, it's not that.
What's the full word for that? I can never remember it. It's
Lazuli, lapis lazuli.
Okay.
This is found in America everywhere, just about at Southwest. Gosh,
Starts
I
with
can't
A?
hold still.
Better not be a marble.
Nope.
Pearl.
Nope. Nope. Let me see if I guessed it. Nope. Nobody's guessed in chat. Turquoise.
Well, there you go.
Turquoise.
And I
Found in
think
Arizona.
that New Mexico, a bunch of places you can find turquoise. And I think these are turquoise.
Possible.
I wasn't for sure when I looked at it, but there is greenish turquoise. And there's red turquoise.
Was it
Y'all,
right? Good.
y'all should know what these are.
Either garnets or glass.
Garnets. Bunch of them.
Do you have any Peridot?
Yeah. Yep. I've got just about every gemstone you can name. There's just a few. I don't have a lot of tourmaline, which is found in Maine. And they got, oh man, it's got like, you can get 3 colors of green in it. It's going to be very expensive depending on the quality of the stone, but I don't have much tourmaline. I might have a couple. I do have, what's the real the fanciest one? I do have one of those, but I can't think of what it is. A parable, a tourmaline, or something like that. I can't pronounce
Tourmaline.
Yeah. So Paribas tourmaline. I think I've got one of those.
Do you have any mold?
What now?
Moldavite?
Moldavite.
It's that Russian meteor glass.
Well, no, it's from Moldavia, or whatever that country's called. It's found there, and it's on the ground. It's on the top of the ground is where they find it. And
but around that,
I might have one piece of Moldavite. I'm not for sure. I think I have one.
Kongusco meteor that knocked down 800,000 acres of forest. Is it found in that area?
Yeah, it's the same stuff they modeled kryptonite after for the original Superman movies.
Damn, these Maui cookies are good, dude.
Like Maui Wowie or just Maui?
Yeah, I showed a picture of them. And yeah, they're from Maui and they're weed cookies. And I'm on my 3rd one and I'm going to regret it, but they taste good and shit.
Right on.
And you don't gain an ounce, a gram, so he can eat them.
Yeah, you don't want to overdo it though.
Yeah, I do need to quit eating these things, but they're addictive, man.
Yeah, so for those of you that were here earlier on, and I was talking about colloidal silver, I forget who it was. Someone asked, what does it do to the coin? So there's an example of a silver maple, that's in decent condition. And here's the 2 that I used for making the colloidal silver.
It does look like
one that's already used for it.
It's like it aged them, kind of.
It's there. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I take the
Wow.
sanding sponge to it after each batch that I make too. So
How much do you make at a time?
it would be about 2 liters, which I think is about a third of a gallon. Half
What
a
the
gallon.
fuck is that metric shit, man? We're in America, bro.
When I first started doing it, I was doing smaller batches, and then the last couple of times I did more.
What's your consumption rate like?
Really, really low. But like, there's so many uses. You can use it as a sanitizer, spray it on your kitchen sinks after you've done, washing them. But yeah, just every once in a while, if I'm really not feeling well or I feel I'm getting a bug or something like that, then I'll put some in some water and drink it. And it's been pretty good. So yeah, I'm not an advocate for anyone, consuming a lot of it. That's for sure.
My understanding, you'll turn blue if you consume too much of it.
No, that's if you put it on externally, right? That's for the blue guy was a guy that had really bad skin problems, and he was using it topically on his skin excessively for a long period of time. And sure enough, it is a thing. It'll turn your skin blue. But like, if you just use it as, and I use it as an immune system booster, or if I feel I'm catching a bug or feel something coming on, I'll take a little bit to help just get rid of any of the bad. And it's good. I found it to be good. But everyone's got to do their own research, but there's literally hundreds of positive applications for it.
Oh, yeah.
In many different industries.
So is it just like a process of like electrolysis, or?
I can tell you I went in much greater detail on some of the things not to do. So now I'll just quickly sum it up. You want to have distilled water. You want to have 2 either pure silver bars or 2, like at least 3/9 fine silver bars or coins or rounds. If you buy the kits, they'll provide you 2 silver rods. And what you do is you hook the rods up. The one is hooked up to positive electricity. The other is hooked up to negative. And you put them in a glass, I'm going to call it a vial, but you know what I mean? Like a glass container.
Don't be vile.
With your distilled water. And you put the silver rods in. They have to be fairly close together, like within a 1/4 inch of each other, because what happens is the positive and the negative react and feed off each other. And so then the silver literally leaches into the distilled water and becomes colloidal silver. That's how you do it just to sum it up quick. But you do also want to have a water tester, which I mentioned earlier. You want to test the distilled water first and make sure it's at 0 parts per million. And then as the batch is going along, you can test it to see how strong it is. Most drugstores or pharmacies sell at 10 parts per million. But like, I've made it 20 parts and 30 parts per million just so it's more concentrated.
And I imagine it's shelf stable for the most
Very,
part, right?
Very. Like, I store it in wine bottles and old liquor, like the Glenfiddich liquor, dark green.
Yeah.
So like in a dark glass container is perfect. Keep it in a dark, cool place. Because all it is pure H2O and silver. So like, nothing bad is going to happen to it. Although over time, if oxygen and air gets to it for a long time, it'll kind of turn it a little bit yellow. But it's still fine. Even if that happens, it's just, what do you call it? It's like oxidization or something. But yeah, I think the shelf life is extremely long. You can look up Walmart or online for colloidal silver generator. Before I ever started making any, I probably watched 20 to 30 videos of different ways of making colloidal silver, and there are different ways. So, yeah.
Sweet.
But definitely don't use tap water, and I
So
would
basically, though, see if you understand about electric current and stuff. If you reverse osmosis water in a 5-gallon bucket and you stick a couple 10th ounce coins in that bucket of water and you re-add like a Himalayan pink salt to that water, the ionization effect of adding the salt to the water should have some cellular degradation on the silver, adding a smallest of particulate of colloidal silver to the 5-gallon bucket. That's a topaz.
Nope.
That's really nice. Amber.
No. That would be probably a good second guess, but no. Comes from Mexico.
Every guess is a good guess, Nickel.
Emerald.
Anybody in the started saying the stands? Anybody watching?
Citrine. Citrine's a good guess.
Yeah, it is actually.
It is a good guess, but no.
79, you misleading us again, girl.
I thought maybe she could guess it.
She was, that is her guess.
Oh,
She
no.
guessed citrine.
Fire opal.
Really? Opal.
Yeah, don't you see like
Translucent, though.
Do you see like does it look like a flame
No.
going? Oh, well, I've got it at a different angle.
I think you got ripped off. I think it's fake.
No,
Neil,
I
can you
showed
put
it
in-
I showed it the other night, and it looked like a little flame flicker. And it's fire opal.
What was that, JM?
Can you put him full screen for a second so we can get it?
Yeah, hold on a second here.
So we can get a good face reveal. I mean, so we can see that better.
You haven't seen that ugly mug yet? I've seen it with and without the gray hair beard.
You don't see like a little flame there burning?
No, I think you got ripped
Morning.
off.
Oh, well, I see the light reflecting off of it.
Yeah, it's supposed to look like a little flame burning, like a little.
I gotcha. Yeah, any light in the room.
That's
will clear
fire
up.
opal. That's why, because it's supposed to have that fire in it.
I think you got ripped off. I think it was a bad purchase.
And this, y'all will be able to guess this easy.
Ivory.
No.
Okay, then mother of pearl, it would be abalone.
I'll give you a hint. Very hard to work with because it's very hard. It's probably the hardest thing to work of all the gemstones.
Jade is green.
Jade, that's correct.
I'll be
nice.
son of a bitch. 79 got it.
Yep.
See, you've been over to his house, haven't you?
I don't
That's
know if
wood.
No, it's not. It looks like it, but no.
Tiger eye.
Yep.
No.
Very good. You got 2 out of 3 that time.
I've got a bunch of.
You won nickel. 79. You won nickel.
Cheap Jade, Gerald Draper said. Yeah, probably is.
Yeah,
Oh, it is. If it's not green, the greener it is. That's why I didn't recognize it. Because it's white.
The lighter green is actually, I think, better. The darker green is usually the cheapest stuff.
I heard that too.
And I've got a lot of the darker stuff. So
Is that what your ex-wife hit you on the head with, Homestead? Is that all right?
that's like something you take on the weekends.
And a veggie.
Woo!
Okay, well, this has been really fun, folks, but I got to take a 5-minute break. And then I'll
You
be
go
back.
ahead and do that.
Okay.
Yeah, Tiger Eye is pretty cool. That is a male thing. You never see
Yeah, I see.
females much with that. Occasionally on a bracelet, you will.
Is Space Miner falling asleep? He hasn't said anything here recently.
Just listening.
Oh, right on.
Platinum Beast, we was talking about, there was about 3 of us in there talking about gemstones, and he was fascinated.
Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, everyone ought to know a little bit. I mean, not be an in-depth expert by no means, but you should know a little bit about, at least in your area, because the chances if you ever go out hiking or camping, you know, if you know a little bit about the geology of just the area you live in, you stand a chance of, you know, increasing stories you have to tell. Worst case scenario. Best case scenario, you actually coming across a nice piece that's worth some money. But you don't know about it if you don't know what's in your area, if you don't have a general knowledge of at least the area you're in. You don't have to have a large grasp aspect of gemology or understanding of the tectonic plate movements and all this other crap. Just in your area where you're going to go, you do a little research ahead of time, and you find you probably have a better time also.
Now, Gerald, I have a tray that's all redwood. It's worth some bucks.
Yeah, like I said, you know, I believe it's in Arizona. They've got the petrified forest. It's in the middle of a desert. But
Guys,
it's a petrified forest. It's either New Mexico or Arizona.
Well, California has redwood.
Here.
What was that?
I said I got tons of petrified wood here.
Yeah, then it's probably New Mexico. But there's a whole area, a national forest, and if you pull off the side of the road and read the little sign, the plaque there, it says, "Oh, it's a national forest. It's a so-and-so state petrified forest." And you go out walking, they got walking trails and stuff, and you notice the rocks actually look like wood, but they're rocks, and it's actually petrified wood.
You know how they prepare them? Do you know what the process is called?
Nope.
Tumbling. They tumble them, and it makes them awesome. I mean, they're really nice pieces that you can wear for jewelry. They're really nice.
That's interesting. Yeah, you basically tumble all gems just to clean them.
Well, they got a machine, or you put them in like one of these white gallon looking buckets or 2 gallon or whatever they are, and then you put them in there with water and put them together, and then they put them in this gadget. It kind of just vibrates. So I guess it's kind of like a washing machine.
You know what I've always liked and no one uses is a ultrasonic machine for that. It's a tray you stick in a bunch of water, and through an audible sound goes through the water and vibrates the water and cleans shit on a clean enough scale that they use it in hospitals.
What these people do, we talk about redwood in California, they're protected. And of course, you know, but people, they don't have enough rangers to cover the area, and people will go in and just cut a chunk out of a tree and then do something with it. And of course, that will kill the tree. And they got that problem very badly there. So
California's killing everything off. We no longer have abalone up here in Northern California. It's a species that's going extinct on the American coast, Pacific coastline.
I used to pick that stuff off the docks in Oregon.
Yeah, we're having a problem, and it was years ago. We had this problem of a certain type of person would poach them, and they've done it so bad because in their culture, you know, it's just you eat them. It's and restraints are not good, so you just eat them to extinction, and that's what's happened.
So I think I found a very large meteorite.
A large what?
Meteorite.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm like, I don't want to be that guy. You know, these guys, you know, stuff, they get involved in, you know, I got a meteorite, you know, but like, man, I scratch it against
What's up, Banta?
ceramic.
You're breaking up, Space Miner.
All right, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, I scratch it against ceramic, and it leaves no mark. It's magnetic. It is non-porous on the inside. It's got little mini halos on the inside and these like little crystalline inclusions. It's got on the outside, it's got these like little tiny crystal inclusions. Like they look like specked pockets, but they're like embedded, not like gaseous pockets. They're not gaseous pockets. It looks like it's got melt line, like melt on the surface, like a flow pattern.
Yeah, like it was superheated.
Yep, and then it's got a nice clear distinction between the crust and the inner material, as if the melting was surface alone, and I'm just, and it would be, I guess it would be oh yeah, there's no quartz in it at all, was another check mark. 0 quartz, and it's the iron style. So I don't know, but
they're expensive if you get them though.
So my biggest doubt that it is a meteorite is the size.
Is it bigger than a baseball?
Oh yeah, it's like a size of a cantaloupe.
Was it found in a crater?
No, it was it was found in the wash, in Largo Wash. It's like
no, it's probably not. It's probably not.
Yeah,
if it was real big, it would be at the center of a crater, and there's no way a wash would wash it up the crater wall. It would be at the bottom, floating around or washed around at the bottom of the crater that it made. Other than that, they're real small asteroids, marble size, $50 size is the average they find. Some maybe as big as a baseball, depending on what type of asteroid or comet or fragment it is. It can be worth up to $1 million. There's actually professionals that are hooked up to websites of stargazing type websites that tell you where the meteor showers are going to be at, and they actually are hooked up online to hear reports instantly of people who online saying, "Ooh, I saw a falling star going from the right to the left in the southern sky. I live in Albuquerque," for example. And these people will say, "Okay, southern sky from Albuquerque," and they'll take a wild guess at their trajectory, and then they'll, before it even impact, they're looking at possible trajectory of where it would land, see if it'd be worth trying to find because it's so valuable.
Yeah, it really was the size that threw me off. But as far as the cratering thing goes,
now where in New Mexico?
Oh yeah, northern New Mexico.
Okay, there's some old volcanoes up there.
Yeah, we're riddled with volcanic activity.
Yeah, it's most likely a volcanic rock, and that's where the melting came from. And it is quite possible it would have a lot of the traits if it was part of a lava flow, because that would come more close to the mantle, which would be more similar to asteroid pieces of debris as far as mineral makeup.
Pockets, it lacks the porous nature. Which is,
okay. Well, hold on a second here. Here, as of recently, people have gone over, and I believe it was Iceland. Don't quote me on that. This guy was metal detecting over a fresh lava flow that cooled down within a couple months and discovered pure 24-ounce gold, or 24-karat gold, pure 999 gold inside the magma, and the magma had covered it up, and it was non-porous or anything. He actually cracked away, took a little hammer, was smacking away at the lava, and it broke away, and it was a perfectly shiny, smooth gold. So it doesn't always have to be porous, especially if it's a heavier metal.
I'd love to know what it is.
I would check out volcanism. If you have a couple of universities around there that have a volcanism classes, you could probably ask them, and they'll tell you.
I'm thinking I'm going to have to make a trip to Albuquerque.
Just don't make a left. I heard Bugs Bunny made a left at Albuquerque and it didn't end well for him.
But now, yeah, I end up in Santa Fe.
And Berkshire Terrain. What the heck is that? No, Jade is right. Homestead, and no citrine on the other. No, this is a orange sapphire.
Oh, it looks like a ring.
It is. It's an orange sapphire. I was looking for fire opal, and I couldn't find one that was even close to what I like. And then I saw the sapphire, so I bought it. The ring is sterling silver. This is gold filled. No, I think this is 10 karat gold jade. Now, this is the cheap jade. This is really cheap because it's got the green on it. But I do like it. So, but very good. Homestead's pretty good. He was either really close or he got it. Very good. And Venture and Terrain. I've got to look that up. Oh man.
It's a green one. Usually it's a little lighter than that, but I was guessing on that green one with gas.
Yep, if I shine a light through there, you would see it get lighter looking, but no, it's not very good. But I got it in an auction. I said, well, I wanted one that was jade. I said, I'll take it.
Yeah, the whole study of gemstones is another thing I'm not all that good at, but I've tried to learn what I can.
Well, it's related to metals because you mine it like you do metals, and then you use jewelry, gold or silver, for the gemstone. So it made sense that I would get into both of them.
I just think it makes sense to know about them.
Oh, Nickel, it was the gems that ultimately got me into the metals. It's trying to stack gems, like my stepmother was a diamond seller and came from a long line as diamond sellers, and so originally it was the gems that I had my interest, and then it didn't take me long at all to get into metals from the gems.
I thought I put those in here.
I think it's actually probably easier to go through the learning curve, like a basic learning curve with the metals than it is with gemstones. There's just so many variations.
Yeah, gems are tricky, man. That's and your chances of getting fooled are high now.
Yeah.
It's not a really trustworthy source. It's not like vapor crystallized osmium.
Yeah, like there's no good effective security feature on them.
Back in the day, before they started doing like the laser cutting and back when we were hand cutting, there were identifiable facets. Now they do like that micro etching and stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, even that can be done on anything. So but like back in the day, they used to know it based on a flawed cut or something, and or a particular chip or two, but nowadays
I don't think China was flooding the market with fakes back then either. If you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean, man? Do you know what I mean?
Know what I'm saying?
Man. Yeah. Not to pimp osmium out, but I was telling the story about just back to verifiability. Whenever I did my space miner rounds, like I had a sincere fear I got duped, and like I was just paranoid. It was a heart attack for waiting on that metal. But anyways, whenever I was listening to Ian talk about the verifiability of the osmium, like that alone is enough to sell me. The verifiability, not to mention all the other qualities. And so it really surprises me we haven't seen more of the crystallization in like the silvers and golds, except for like, you know, they're so much softer of a metal. I don't know that the crystallization could work as well, you know.
There's actually a form of gold not at all like crystallized osmium, but it's called crystallized gold. It's in its pure form still inside the quartz. For some reason they call it or label it crystallized gold if it's still inside the quartz, and it's actually worth more per ounce than regular 999 gold because of the, I guess, the natural realness of its whatever. It's worth more. And they also have this thing called a string gold that you can find in rivers. And what it is after the quartz breaks down that the gold was in, typically it's little just lines of gold, and they call it string gold. And if you're out like panning and you come across string gold, you should follow it, because it's going to most likely lead to a quartz vein of gold where you will find crystallized gold. Or if you send it through a rock crusher, you can melt it all down and actually get gold. But each of those people pay more for than regular gold ounce spot price, which I find unusual.
Opal was correct. Ethiopian opal.
Ethiopian opal is Ethiopian white opal.
Sort of.
I have Ethiopian white opal.
There's white opal too.
Yeah, well, I have Ethiopian white opal. It wasn't quite what I thought when I purchased it. When I got it, it was different than what I thought it would be when I bought it, which is typical. I think it goes Homestead Aquarius. Even opal is being faked very well. And then 79 says opal, then JM, then Homestead Aquarius. So in my screen, JM 79 was the first one to say it.
Well, I'm almost starting to think that Homestead might be psychic, because I think that he typed in the chat even opal is being faked very well before Nico even showed that.
I think they're both on like earwig phone call to each other, working in tandem.
Yeah, great minds think alike.
That, or they both talking on an earwig phone.
And fools rarely differ.
Yeah, that's wild that they can even take that so far. It really is becoming indistinguishable to a common eye, you know. So it's kind of like, where's the value in it when that happens? How do you?
Well, you can also heat up gems to change their color, and it's not cool, but a lot of people do it.
Yeah, ruby and emerald's big in that. Like, that's a big net to get it. How do you know? And how do you know if it's the true color or not without like?
That's what I'm talking about. It makes it so hard unless you find it yourself. And that's why everyone should have a basic knowledge of the gemstones in the area they live in. So you'll know it's what it is, because it's not going to be heat treated. It's not going to be this. It's not going to be chemically changed. It's greed motivated change.
Yeah. Does anybody audit that? I mean, is there some kind of a oversight nowadays for that kind of a thing? You know, if somebody's claiming,
I'm sure there's like a regulatory body in place for it.
I don't think they have teeth.
No, they'd be more like a buffer zone.
So is that so? I mean, obviously, that would be like voluntary participation.
I think it'd be funded by
Yeah.
the players. They'd have their own industry association, like the Gemologists
GIA,
of America or something
GIA
like that.
would be able to tell you. They would be able to tell you whether it's original Ethiopian opal or the new find. See, it originally mined out, and they thought that it was done, and then they found some more. So I've got both. I've got that last one I showed is newer Ethiopian opal, and then I have antique rings that are like probably from the 1800s, and it's got the original Ethiopian opal.
How much you been drinking?
Cinnamon, cinnamon.
Okay, say that 10 times really fast.
Ethiopia. I don't know if I could say it twice fast.
Well, I think the newer opal, the new Ethiopian opal is nicer than the original because one thing I guess is age, but it's the original's more distinct, but I think the newer fine it's got better color. But
So
Ethiopian
Nico,
white opal.
have you seen a large price impact? Have you seen a large price impact on these different gems and minerals because of the forgery going on? Like, to have a verified piece, does that give you some strong extra leverage in your value?
I can tell you diamonds have really gone down in price. Your normal white diamond. And I can tell you it's cheaper now to make the lab growns. They're getting better and better at being able to make them faster and more at one time.
And they're becoming more popular too.
Yeah, because it's pro environment. So you see that trend. Pretty soon they're going to completely replace natural diamonds because people don't want them tearing up the environment to get them, and then you got your blood diamonds and all. You know how the industry is.
And that's
these are
much
clean.
bullshit.
Yeah, this is clean diamonds. If you get one that's been manufactured, it's clean diamonds. They're really becoming more popular.
And that's all a bunch of bullshit lies, man. You can go on to what is that country? Angola or something there that's just northwest of South Africa, and you can go along their beach coastline because there's a river that separates them and South Africa. And let's see, it's Nambia, and there's a river that runs along the border of Nambia and South Africa that goes into the Atlantic Ocean. And if you go to Mittag or Affinuk or Engemund, you can go along the beaches and pick up diamonds off of the fucking beach. The diamond industry is a bunch of bullshit lies, and everything that comes out is feeding the narrative of bullshit lies. Blood diamonds are picked up off of the beaches. They say that they're mined by children. It's a bunch of bullshit. It was South African propaganda to keep the diamonds worth more, so they could make the other people, their competitors, put them out of business before they even start. It was a PR campaign bullshit, and they won.
Well, the thing that's really pushing the price down is De Beers only controls 30% of the market now. So when they lost control, that lowered the diamond price. And then you have, like I said, the lab grown, which is they're be able to make more faster, and therefore, the price of those is going down, and they're a perfect diamond. So, you want it. So really, I'm amazed at the turnaround. Just 4 years ago, 5 years ago, nobody wanted a lab grown diamond. Now, people's really accepted it, and it's pro environment, and so you can see where they're going to replace natural diamonds. And then I don't know why, but now a natural diamond that's perfect, that's rare, that's colored, and all. Of course, you can manufacture colored diamonds, but if you get the right one, right cut, right, everything, they're still really valuable. So your colored diamonds are
investment grade. Yeah.
So, and there's some people that won't buy a manufactured or a lab grown. seeded, lab grown, whatever you want to call it. You seed moissanite. You get a little piece of moissanite, and you seed it and make it the size you want it. Well, moissanites are more brilliant than a diamond, but it's still not the same. And so for a while there, though, moissanite was hugely expensive and hugely popular. But kind of don't see it as much today. And moissanite's gone way down in price.
And see,
So
Homestead's statement, they're making diamonds in all kinds of shapes. Their ability to do that is the reason why I say that the diamond-coated single uranium cell diamond-coated battery system or power system is going to be a future battery or power source of significant value.
and if the environmentalists do what I think they're going to, and that is they're going to thwart new mines for silver, platinum, gold, all that type of stuff. If they get their way, their way, and they could, then what we have will be a lot more valuable because there won't be as much of it. Therefore,
you're gonna fuck with the platinum mines in Canada. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, the other thing in addition to the environmentalists is the indigenous. And the indigenous here in Canada have been getting a lot of land back. A lot of land that nobody ever thought that they would. And they are
and that's good. You know why? Because they're not going to know what's going on a half mile underneath their feet as all their minerals get mined out. You give them the land, not the minerals.
That's funny.
That's how you do it. You want to feel good, Fred, about making millions of dollars and saving the environment? Give that land, just the land back to them, not the water rights, not the mineral rights. That way you can mine fucking half mile underneath them, take all the resources out of that area, and you look like you're a king. So that way everyone loves you becoming a millionaire.
Where is the platinum being found? Is it Northern Rockies?
No, Thunder Bay, Canada is the next one. It's already been found.
Thunder Bay?
Uh-huh.
well, all I know is I don't like environmentalists. I think they're extreme. I think they're crazy. But if
I was talking to one just today, and they said there's this guy named Nickel they really don't like. It's amazing you said that.
Well, what I'm trying to say is if they are successful in stopping all mining of everything, they're going to make me pretty wealthy because then everything I have will go way up.
Well, I'm kind of with Nickel. They have been putting a lot of regulatory strain, on the mining industry for a long time anyways. A lot of like taxation pressures and tariff pressures and accounting pressures, so I think we kind of see a combination of it, like one succeeding because of regulatory oversight over another. And so if you have one commission so if you got one company willing to bow to one commission and another company willing to say, F you, then it seems like both of y'all, both Neil and Nickel could be correct in this at the same dang time. Sorry, pardon me.
Well, you can lab grow gold and silver, but it's so freaking expensive to do it that it's not worth it. I mean, it would cost you more than what the value of the gold would market wise. So that's the problem with that. And you know what they usually do? They use lead and then turn it into gold. And there you go. So, but it's just a long process, expensive process, and it's not worth it to do it.
I 100% maybe think I possibly might agree one day.
With who, me?
Someone somewhere, I'm not sure. I don't want
like I said, but what's the old saying? The enemy of my enemy is my best friend, or turns out to be the best friend.
The enemy of my enemy is the one who has my ex-wife.
So, well, hey, he's your friend. He saved you.
He's the one who has all your shit.
So, but anyway, how it is. So environmentalists could end up making me wealthy, even though I don't like them. I don't like what they stand for. I don't think there's an environmental crisis. I don't believe in all that stuff. But they could make me very wealthy if they succeed in what they're trying to do.
I believe in taking care of the environment and respecting it, like Mother Nature as, its own entity, its own living, breathing entity that we count on. But yeah, I totally disagree with getting all extremist and alarmist when the real science, not the weird science, is
Well,
what you're following.
when they're done with the mind, whatever mind it is, they usually try to restore it. Now, it's not as like it was before they started. I'm going to admit to that. But they do plant trees. They work on it, and it gets back to enough.
I think
There's not
they
a problem.
do the contracts differently when they sell all these options to all these companies that do all this crap, and maybe a good percentage of the profit margin, like 10% of the profit margin, goes to the district of where the mind is, and also guarantees of restoration. So that way, not only people on Wall Street profit from stealing the resources of all of us that belong to all of us, that none of us have ever fucking seen or gained any benefit off of, but yet is still underneath our feet, as for example, America's in America. We all own this land, but only certain companies are allowed to profit off of it. I'm kind of I've always been concerned about that part of it. Because if it's a natural resource of the country, then the country should benefit, not just a few corporate people.
Well, take fracking. Okay, you're taking that supply out of the ground. You must put something back that's similar, or it could be causing the earthquakes. A lot of people believe fracking is what's causing a lot of the earthquakes.
Hold on now. No. That's you're being too generalized on a geographical level, because that same circumstance is happening in Florida, where they don't have earthquakes, and they're called sinkholes, and they're appearing everywhere. No one really wants to talk about them, but insurance companies don't insure houses. So if a sinkhole appears in southern Florida within a mile of your house, you automatically lose your homeowner's insurance and are never able to sell your house. Also, things they don't tell you about Florida. But those sinkholes are because they believe, because they're drinking up too much of the water from the underground reservoirs and not replacing them. And what used to be a cave full of water, therefore you had pressure up to the roof, is now emptied, and there's no pressure on the roof. So gravity takes effect, and boom, you have a sinkhole. Has nothing to do with tectonic plate movement or earthquakes.
Well, but you agree that you need to replace it with something similar. So
well, right now what they're doing for oil, the same things with oil, and they replace it with water. So they already know about this. They've been taking oil out of the ground, pockets of oil the size of states, hundreds of yards high, hundreds of yards wide, several thousands of yards long, emptying it of a thick, crude substance that helped hold up the surface of the earth from collapsing. And they replaced it. Part of how they get it out is they pump in water, because they're what is it called? The amount of difference between the water and oil keeps it separated to where the water would replace the oil and push it, because it's more buoyant and dense or some shit like that. Right off the top of my head, I don't recall the exact verbology or whatever, but they use water and they replace the gap or the void where the oil used to be with water. So again, even down there, it's a technology used. So why wouldn't they use it in fracking that they know for a fact that it needs to happen? I think they've already thought of it, my friend.
Well, I'm sure they put something back, but I just wonder. Anyway, environmentalists think fracking is causing the shift, which then causes earthquakes. I'm just telling you what I'm not saying I do. I'm saying I do think that you need to replace what you take out just for balance, but I'm not saying that that's what does it. I'm saying that the environmentalists think that causes it.
Well, we could always just drop a mountain in there.
Do what?
The technology. We could drop a mountain on top of it.
Yeah.
Fill it up with soil. What do you think that would do to tectonic plates? Of course, someone would bitch because of some reason. You got to be more realistic about it and take out the feelings. And this is where I get in about a lot of people. They want to involve feelings into politics and lawmaking. Absolutely fucking not. Feelings have no place in any of that stuff because there's too many people on the planet and all of them have feelings. So you have to come to consensus. The more complicated you make something, the harder it is to come to consensus. So when you go to make something like laws, you want to make it as simplistic as possible, not as complex as possible. So you devoid it of feelings and just go with equal. No feelings involved in equal, just equal.
Yeah.
Feelings get
79
involved in it,
79 hurts
and
my
it starts
feelings.
changing. Oh, well, my
You mean that-
feelings are equal means this person gets more than you. Well, your feelings are wrong. Equal means each person gets one, not this person gets one. You feel that this equal means this person gets two. You feel that equal means this person gets three. That's not that problem. Feelings makes that a problem. Equal means everyone gets one, everyone gets two. If you feel like they should deserve more, you take your one and you give it to them. You don't give it to them off of someone else's. And people feel that's not fair because they have.
I feel you're right. I kind of feel you're right. I've said that one particular group does vote with their feelings. I've done a video on that.
No doubt, it's a proven fact, and that's how things get fucked up.
Yeah, and they don't read, they don't look up, they'll vote for a person, not look what they've done in their past. I feel he's the best person. And if they say something, they've never done it, but if they're just willing to say it, that's enough for their feelings, and they will vote for that person. So all you got to do is say the right things for certain reasons, and they'll vote for them. So, but anyway, that's the political part. So, oh Lord. But you know, even farmers know. What farmers do is they will use one field a season, and then they will go to another area and then let that repair itself, so to speak, get new nutrients and all the stuff you do, and they'll go somewhere and then they'll come back to that later.
What you should do is
you rotate fields.
You should farm the fields that have been rotated out because they are best because of all the cow shit and manure. So instead of letting just the grass grow, you should grow a crop and then fill it with alfalfa and then use it as a supplementary feed. In other words, you should have like 3 10-acre fields for 5 cows and keep them 6 months in each one. So that way you have 6 months of growing, 6 months of feeding, 6 months of recovery, and you're making most use of the land.
Yeah. And what happened to Cuba is they tried to make as many Cuban tobacco for cigars that they've just about ruined it. A Cuban cigar today.
Yeah, they stripped the soil. Same things happened up here in Napa. And I was actually, while we were doing our bee experiments on that land, I was telling you about, the billionaires had like 1,800 acres on the Napa River in a little private field, and we pollinated their shit. We had to drive by a couple wineries, and there was this one winery spent several millions of dollars doing an experiment to replace the soil underneath like a 5-acre patch of vineyard, and they were seeing if it would be more expensive to replace like 3 foot of soil or just to rehabilitate the soil, because the vines of the grape vine, it takes a lot of the nitrogen obviously and a couple other substances, but yet it deposits, because of how they water it, a lot of salt, and it like totally kills the soil. So they've tried to find different cost-effective means of rehabilitating soil. And then what they figured out after spending millions of dollars doing soil replacement on this shit. I mean, taking 3 foot of soil off of 5 acres and replace it, that's an expense, bro. That's a lot of fucking money. And they're doing this, they're throwing all this money around, and they come back to, the mustard and the fava bean overwinter cropping is the best. And you leave it there because what happens? You get yourself an extra topsoil after the plant. Instead of harvesting it, just dies in the surface. You get organic material out of your soil, and it makes for a better topsoil, which increases the mycelia, which increases the soil capability of stimulating growth and sharing resources between different species. And they just find out that doing it the natural way works the best, even if you monoculture field. You have to give it a break or off-season crop something that restores the soil and that's the most efficient way of doing any type of monoculture crop or small crop, even a garden of just flowers and growing alfalfa or mustard or fava bean to add the nitrogen over the wintertime so they can use it the next year. That way you never have to use chemicals that man makes that destroys the environment. Now the environmentalists can't bitch because you're not destroying the environment or making harmful chemicals that certain people will still make bombs to change your vote, when you could have just planted fava beans or alfalfa or mustard. But instead, we've got a changed up society because one person decided to buy all the nitrates and make a bomb. Yay! Everything's planned.
I'm also not down with the cutting down of the rainforests either. I think that is like, I'm not an environmentalist.
God, man, you just don't.
A
We're
travesty.
terraforming our planet as we speak because of that. People don't even recognize it. It's been going on for 150 years out here in California. Most recent thing is supposedly, or like several years ago, California realized, oh, the California oak's getting infested by a beetle, so we're just going to let the fires burn them down. And that's what the state's assessment was. That's why the wildfires out here in California have been so bad. It's not that they can't fight them; they've chosen not to.
I agree. And I think the same thing in Australia and here in Canada too.
Well, it's already a proven fact that we had over 3 foot of rain in California when we had the redwood forest yearly, well over 3 foot. Now we're lucky to see 10 inches. Do you think that's a climate thing or because you cut down the freaking trees? Well, it depends on, I guess, what political party you're with. Because if you're with one political party, they'll say, oh, it's because of global warming and we can cut down all the trees and make the money off of that and then charge you a tax for global warming because there is no correlation between cutting down all the trees and not getting rain. But just don't follow the science of down in the rainforest where they've proven that, well, if you have a lot of trees, they create a microclimate, which creates a humid, rainy environment. But if you cut them down, it goes away. We can't believe that science because it goes against the science that makes us tax you. So what science do you want to believe? Oh, hold on. Should we reclassify the word science to even confuse you more? So that way we just take your money?
Well, and they can make it rain, just by cloud seeding too. So
yeah, so why have forests? Cut them all down. Cut everything down. We can just seed the sky. We don't need the trees. Yeah, no. Humans are so stupid. That's why I want to buy, my own island. And then develop a shielding system, like an electromagnetic sheeting system that goes up a half mile in every direction. So that way the outside forces don't fucking penetrate through and I can just have my own little paradise and devoid myself from all the stupid fuckers destroying this planet. Yeah, for money that we cut down trees and cotton to actually make, which is also kind of foolish in and of itself. But hey, we're fucking smart. We got money.
Well,
building's stupid if you break it on down.
The same bunch
system is for control.
The same bunch is the ones that want to tear down all the statues of our historic figures.
Yeah, stupid shit. Stupid shit. It's because we're allowing Eric Bonhoeffer's letters not to be written or not to be read or people to speak about in public because we got to keep them stupid.
You guys really think we're in a reparable state? Or do you think we're at the point now where it's better for everybody just to go ahead and start securing their positions? Like, do you think that small community still has an effect?
I think everyone's overreacting. And what's happening is we're leaving a globalist economy and a globalist government, and we're going back to a nationalist economy and a nationalist government. And everyone's freaking out. That's what I think.
What about you, Jan?
I think that it's not isolated to just USA. I think that America has the greatest chance of freedom in the future. Just, has to go back to its roots. But I believe it has been infiltrated, and I believe pretty much at least 95% of the countries in the world have been infiltrated, and it's from the central banks. As long as your central bank's there, you're in trouble. If I was Neil Hahn's vice president, I would one of my top missions would be to influence him to kick out the central bank. And
We can do that before I even get into the presidency, and that would be by telling your congressman to vote yes on this bill right here that's in the chat. It was just put there. It's called HR 8421, and what it does is it abolishes the Federal Reserve Act, the Act of 1913, and it dissolves the Federal Reserve.
that's a
And
key.
it's in front
That
of
is a
Congress right now. And if you tell your congressmen and your senators to vote yes on it, there's a good chance that we could abolish the Federal Reserve System before the election.
In my opinion, the central banks are the padlock on the chains that financially enslave a country's population.
Yes.
They're the padlock, right? Get rid of it, and you're good.
And that bill right there, HR 8421, tell your congressman to vote yes on it, because it does exactly that. It abolishes the Federal Reserve and repeals the 1913 Act, making it legal for it to exist.
I think the war in Syria, what that was all about, that civil war. I think it's that they don't have a banking system, and so I think a lot of wars are over trying to overthrow government so they can establish a banking system in it.
100%. Central bank. We produce fake money for the population
and steal the resources.
Well, but they have to pay it back plus interest. Well, when you're the only legal tender, you have the complete monopoly on the supply of money, and you're only distributing it as a loan that has to be paid back by interest. That's a Ponzi scheme, because the only way you can pay the interest back is to create more money. And it's a never-ending source.
And the whole time they're using that money to steal the real money.
Well,
that's great. That's why the central banks have the gold. They pump out fake currency, right? And get it back with interest, and they've made it as a form of payment, and they can buy up the gold with it out of thin air.
And people don't believe me, but under Basel III, if it ever truly gets enacted, silver is known under the Basel III Act as a Tier 1 asset.
It's
I consider it to be a Tier 1 asset, but it's kind of a hybrid, because it is more volatile than gold, but the directional correlation is really, really high. Right? When gold goes up, 90 to 95% of the time, silver goes up, and goes up more. And the flip side is when gold goes down, 90 to 95% of the time, silver goes down, and it goes down more too. So it's extraordinarily highly correlated.
I wish I could find it.
Tier 1, but it's a little more volatile.
Yeah, it's all in the definition of the legal wording under Basel III, and under Basel III they use the word capital, but capital is considered silver, so therefore the legal definition of the capital as the Tier 1 asset is gold and silver, not just gold. It's just officially gold has been recognized as a Tier 1 asset. So the official reasoning of gold being a Tier 1 asset and silver not being a Tier 1 asset, but being accepted under the financial system's definitions of a Tier 1 asset. I mean, it's the same but different. But what it tells me is silver is a good thing to own.
Where does that put your red metals at that point then?
Like copper?
It's an asset class. Tier 1 is capital money.
Well,
under Basel III. Tier 1 is also they also consider certain, I think, treasuries as a tier 1 asset for that sovereign country. Because as long as that country remains sovereign, their treasury will be honored no matter what currency that treasury is using. See, it's in the wording. So a country could go bankrupt and the treasury market still be good because people know that their currency that they're going to come up with next will still be good. They're going through the stupid transaction, and usually that's when the retail people of that population of that country get most of their wealth stolen from them.
Does the monetization of the metal affect its classification? Like it's a, for example, back to the copper, like if
its designation determines its price doesn't determine its designation.
Well, what I'm saying is if when a country dedicates a resource to a said metal, does that start affecting how it's classified in the assets? Does that question make sense? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what the right question is to ask here.
Ask again.
So let's walk it backwards again. Copper's classified, obviously not as a tier 1.
It's monetary metal, but it's not a precious metal.
There's going to be some interesting shit happening with copper price here shortly.
Well, copper's a lot of different things, but let's go with what JM was leading at with the monetary metal. Okay, how many metals do they accept into monetary metals, or is it you can bring any metal into a monetary metal category and make it more valuable based on the fact that, look, hey, the whole country has adopted this as a monetary metal.
That's the thing, is the acceptance.
It would have had to have been used as circulating currency, I think, in order.
Yeah, it's prior use definitely has.
So you've got platinum, gold, silver, nickel, and copper. Those are metals.
And aluminum. Aluminum's been used.
Okay.
Yeah, well, so has glass.
So has
so has stones. So has
our pennies are zinc now. So zinc is a monetary metal now.
No, it's not. It's listed as, not what's being used as. It's
I don't recognize zinc as a monetary metal.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see tin as a monetary metal. Hell, didn't they have war nickels that were steel? Doesn't that make steel a monetary metal? I mean, seriously.
Well, having been used in circulation is
one state.
It's a prerequisite. It's a prerequisite, but it's not.
It is a prerequisite, but one of many.
Not the only. Yeah, that's right. Sorry,
glass beads in the 1700s. Glass beads, when they first discovered how to make glass beads was used as money, widely circulated as money. It was still glass. Are you going to use glass now? Hell, if you are, I'm rich as fuck.
It would be what's denominated on it.
No, glass beads, real small ones. All the glass I have in this house, I'd be a billionaire if we use glass again, bro.
I think Stefan Lassie would probably have access to quite a bit of monetary value of glass.
You gotta add a little. Yeah. That's why we have words to confuse us in economics.
I've got wood nickels
used as money.
I've got wood nickels with denominations on it.
It's a belief system. Monetary system is a belief system. It's like a cult.
Yeah, the banknotes here in Canada are polymer. It's like a plastic.
Yeah, English changed up their system here recently as well. Gave people a certain time period of changing the old English money to the new English money.
It's fake.
No one really paid attention to that. I did.
Does the Canadian Constitution recognize precious metal use? Like, we can use silver constitutionally here in America,
I don't
As-
think that the Constitution really recognizes it the same way, um, but very similar dates in the states. You know, the constitutional silver was 90% up until 1965. In Canada, same thing, but it was only 80% silver, and that was up till 1967. So there's a history of it being used as money, but it's not recognized with the same to the same degree as it is in the states Constitution.
That's wild. Now, do you guys make preparations with that in mind? You know, like, would it
Okay, am I
be
here?
easy to seize your metals for your metals usage?
Say again.
Back to your constitutionality.
Yeah.
Would it be pretty easy for them to seize your metals, like make a declaration of just a straight seizure, or would they be forced to still buy you out?
Yeah, I don't know that I don't think it discusses that at all. But I don't think there's a whole lot of risk to it either. But to kind of give you a sense of it, if you look at the official gold reserves of various countries around the world, you'll see Canada's official gold reserves is one of the lowest in the world, sitting right at 0.
Huh.
Love it.
0 gold reserves, which if it's not any more clear than that your money is or your currency is not backed by anything, make sure your country's gold reserve, it's not even 1 ton of gold or like something ridiculous, but and that's right on the books, 0.
That's fascinating.
It's like, in some ways, it makes me want to throw up, but in other ways, it's like, well, what do? I didn't create it. I was born here. Like, I got to deal with it.
Let me ask you this, Jam.
Yeah.
Okay, if a Canadian penny is like what, 99 whatever point copper, and your nickels were
It used to be.
99
It
point
used to be. It
9.
used to be.
Yeah. How come the silver coins were only always 80%?
I don't know. I think that the way it was sold was that it makes them more durable because the copper's a little bit harder. But, like, I've been around enough 3/9 fine silver for long enough to know, like, any of this stuff that I've got in my hand there, it can be beat around and bashed around, and it's still going to last a hell of a lot longer than the paper or the polymer bills. Like, these have been beat, they've been put through colloidal silver making and everything, and they're still there. Right? Did I answer your question?
I guess. When I first got into silver.
What was your question again? There was something else I wanted to say.
No, it was just over why 80% content when everything else they make is like 99 whatever percent.
Right. So yeah, what they sold was the copper makes it more durable. But what I really think that the truth is that they were just debasing it more. They just didn't want that high content silver in the hands of the population. Probably a combination of the two, right? Because every empire is actually built on monetary metals, and that being in the hands of the population.
Hold on a second. Did you just say there's not going to be a CBDC because a country doesn't want to give up its sovereignty or its money?
I don't think you can grow a country on thin air.
Exactly.
Right? We all need air and oxygen, but you need actual physical resources, or you are, with a capital F, you.
Well, there's a couple African presidents said it the best. They said, we're tired of being treated as slaves by the Western nations. We want our own sovereignty back, and that means we need to have our own money.
That's right.
And that basically says if you don't have your own money, You don't have your sovereignty and you're a slave to someone else.
When I started into silver, I'll tell you all the facts of it. When I started in 1999, you know that the 80% Canadian dollar was more sought after than Morgan's and peace dollars. I never understood it. And bars were secondary, what would you say, a secondary option. You only went for like a 1 ounce bar or 10 ounce or 5 ounce because you didn't want to put the extra money in bullion. And I just now people collect the bars. In some cases, bars are higher than bullion rounds. And I just find that amazing how that's changed over time. But that when I started, that's what it was.
Yeah.
You know, Nickel, I wonder if it has something to do with like regulatory means, like in the sense that like look how smooth can transition with like a Britannia over into the UK. You know, like the dues are already done, you know, with the Britannia, and so it doesn't cost anything extra to start moving your metals around. So maybe that's a clue to the answer.
I don't know. When I got in, I bought a bunch of 100-ounce bars because the price was super duper cheap, and I just figured, hey, you know, it's neater. You can stack them or whatever, and I said that's great. And then I realized, my Lord, if this gets to 100 an ounce, I didn't want that much in one item. So then I went ahead and I broke them up. I turned them in for constitutional silver. I turned them in for small ounce bullion, and I just did it that way because I wanted it where when the price got higher, it wasn't so much for that one piece. So I converted. I had a bunch of the Engelhart 100-ounce bars. Now people go nuts for those. I go, it was nothing when I got them.
Yeah, they're collectible now.
I know.
Yeah,
I said, man, it was cheap. It was the cheapest way to get silver. If I think they went back then when silver was so cheap, you could go all the way up to I think a 10,000 ounce bar, and I go, my gosh, I couldn't even pick it up, so I didn't get it.
The largest silver bar I've ever got was 10 ounce. I've never had a kilo or a 100 ounce.
You need to get some kilos.
Here's one of my favorites there. Nice Engelhart 10 ounce.
I object to the large bar. I'd rather go small.
Nah, kilos. Kilos are good.
I like the 10 ounce. You know, for stacking.
What's up, Double Dog?
Lose
Hey,
the power of premium, though. You know.
What's up, Mary? Or Minnie, excuse me.
Independent Minnie, we were just mentioning you a while ago.
Good to see you.
We were talking about you. It wasn't nothing nice. Don't worry about it.
And I was so favorable towards you, and I can't say the same for Neil.
No, we weren't talking to you. We were talking about you. There's a big difference.
Devil Dog is here. I think I did Homestead. Yeah, he's worn out. That's probably the first Silver Eagle he ever got, probably. And he's been buying it a lot longer than me. I think Sal started like what? Late 80s? Is that when he started? Mid 80s when he started stacking?
No clue.
I don't know.
I quit stacking. I start stacking. I stop stacking. I've done it all in 3 years. But it's only been 3 years.
I could have done more. I could have got a lot more. I should have. But you know, silver didn't do nothing for so long. I almost gave up. It took forever to get back to $10. I'm going, my gosh. I just figured, 5-6 years it'll be, you think 15 or 20 when you look at, but I knew in the 70s it got almost to 50. And then I looked, I had some money to invest. I said, well, I'll just look at silver down there at $4, $4.95 an ounce. I go, I thought it had wrong. So I kept looking. I go, this must be another
Damn, it
price,
sure
another
does,
way they
doesn't it,
price
dog?
it. And so then I got into it, and then I was close to getting out one time. And I can understand why the people get in today want to get out of it, because I went through that. But the best move I ever made was sticking with it. But I think people got the gold bug now. They want to convert their silver to gold or sell that and then buy gold. It just seems like that's what they're doing.
Well, we have a different factor in play nowadays. We have media, we have social media, we have the ability to communicate these ideas and also panic and fear. You know, it's kind of a different power move going on. It's not where
Well, in the
in the
70s, too, you had a smaller market. You had a smaller market. It wasn't as international. So you had basically the United States and a few other countries. So now there's so many people in it. It's just a whole big different. The market's a lot bigger for people that's buying. All China, the citizens are buying it. Back in the 70s, they weren't buying.
Doge.
And I can remember if what happens today with the same people were living in the 70s, it'd be a whole different ball game because they looked at it differently. It would be, it would be all we had in the 70s is the Iran deal where they had the hostages. We didn't have a whole lot of other, and look what problems that caused, and look what silver went through.
We had bicentennial. In 1976, we had the bicentennial celebration. Best 4th of July in 200 years.
Yeah, I wasn't even alive.
You still wet behind the ears.
Oh yeah. I wasn't born for this age, but dang it, here I am.
We are where we are.
Well, nothing shakes people much today. It really don't. I go, something will happen. I go, oh, well, gold is just going to skyrocket. It don't do much. I go, man, the people didn't even react to that. And I think, too, we're used to crisis now. I mean, every day there's something that happens. And then people they don't get as shook up over it. So they don't react the way they did in the 70s. Like I said, 70s, not a whole lot happened. And then now all this stuff's happening. And I think people just kind of get used to crisis.
We're programmed for it.
Dude, it's part of the satanic ritual. You amp up your victim as far as you can take it until that moment, and then that's what they do, and then they start the process over. It's evil. It's easy to be.
I blame Independent. I think it's all her fault.
Yeah, she might want to go back and watch this from the start. She says she don't watch lives much. She only comes in them. And then if they're over, she doesn't go back and watch them. But we had some pretty good subjects here.
No, actually, we didn't. We were talking shit the whole time.
We had fracking.
And I don't remember anything about that.
Earthquakes. And
nope, nothing about earthquakes.
Man, you want to hear something about that? The sinkholes and stuff?
We weren't talking about no sinkholes.
So
it's a new subject.
New subject?
Yeah, sinkholes.
All right.
Sinkholes are new. We haven't been talking about them before.
Well, this one's new. It's down in southern New Mexico. They were drilling this hole, and they kept trying to plug it with concrete, and they spent millions and millions of concrete. And that company went out of business, coincidentally. But anyways, so they sent a logging crew down there to see what was going on, and for the life of them, they couldn't find the bottom of that hole. And so they capped the well and, you know, marked it to abandon, you know, but it's but what they did find was pretty much a no bottom. And so they went 40 miles over to try to see if they could find the side of this thing, and ended up finding a giant river. But it was that same problem you were talking about with the drainage and that low pressure zone,
Mm-hmm.
you know, being finished, that the reason they're losing a lot of the aquifers down there, they kind of suspect has something to do with like these river systems, these giant river systems under there, having that, you know, they're an equalized pressure pretty much now.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're lacking that negative pressure,
Uh-huh.
you know, to actually spit in the natural sense, you know, for your natural, the way your springs naturally work. So pretty much we've lost prime in a lot of these areas. And so now it's creating these giant channels and these giant rivers underground is what's actually happening, which means that these rivers will eventually draw fellow aquifers into it, and then it's cavitating is what it's doing.
Well, at some point in time, somewhere around there, the salt water is running through the rock to make itself fresh water, and you've got the melting of the polar ice caps also adding to the freshwater aquifers. So there is replenishment going on. It's just not as quickly as it's being depleted.
Exactly.
Well, you remember the Kentucky Corvette plant? That's what happened there. It was the same thing. And the cars fell off and fell to the bottom. I don't know what caused it. I've never have heard what reason they gave that caused that.
Sometimes it just happens, man. You know? But you know, it could be a lot of the shaking. You know, if like I don't live in an area that there's a lot of ground disturbance. And so whenever I go into a larger area, I can feel the ground disturbance. So, you know, that constant compaction, I mean, I suppose it could shake some voids loose.
There's still shit moving. Africa's splitting up. It's got a great big chasm in the southeast part of Africa, and it's fixing to have its own Grand Canyon in the next 100,000 years. So the Earth is still moving and splitting apart and opening up and closing up, and up underneath that, the different shelves of the mantle. Then you've got the magma underneath that, and any differentials and changes. Like, for example, Yosemite, they've got a lake up there, and 30 years ago, there was this boat that had sunk in the lake. It sunk in the lake, so that means the boat was able to float on the lake, and it's like 30, 40 years ago. Now, the remnants of that boat are above ground on dry soil. It's not because of anything other than the magma pushed the soil up 50 foot. Yeah, that's a lot of fucking push-up, ain't it?
Well, I wonder. I was going to ask JM. He's got on his mic on hold, so I was
I'm
going to
here,
ask. Okay, do y'all still get acid rain from the United States?
No, that's ended.
You know, I don't hear anything about it.
Yeah, that ended with the ozone hole in the ozone that's been repaired already. That supposedly was never going to be repaired and we were going to die from. I don't know if everyone remembers that scare. We're going to eat up our own ozone and die as a species by 2020 or something.
Absolutely. You got to put on all sorts of sunscreen that'll give you SC. Right? Protect yourself from that hole in the ozone.
Yeah, it's no longer there.
You mean rubbing aluminum into your skin isn't good?
Well, you know, I'm not a doctor, and
I think it's only good for kids under the age of 2.
yeah, just like Lego.
Yeah, don't let them chew on more than 5 pieces at once. It's a choking hazard after 5 pieces. 5 is good.
Yeah. Rainbow Lego for children aged 5 and up.
Just make sure their batteries are inserted. It's no fun without the vibration. Sorry, I'm being a sarcastic asshole.
No, that's where this world's at, man.
Oh, big time. Big time. It's going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
I'd say, hey, come on up to Canada, but honestly, it's no better here.
That's why if one of us doesn't make it uber rich and we all just make it partially rich, we should all get together and buy an island and fuck the world.
Was it Freon that was supposed to be the problem with the ozone layer?
Yeah, we already killed ourselves. That and the chloride.
An aerosol spray.
Yeah.
Aquanet in particular.
Yeah. So we should be in the clear now. Oh, that and plastic.
No, we already died, bro. We already died. We need to wake up and realize that we died back then of that. It's a delayed action death effect. It's a new thing.
You guys think that giant plastic biomass in the ocean, you think that's really as large as they state, or do you think it's
absolutely not?
I haven't heard anything about it till now.
Yeah, it's a big fabrication.
Mind control?
No, it's again a political bullshit. They were trying to sell the Ocean Cleanup Project, which they've done successfully, and they've brought back several tons of trash out of the quote unquote Atlantic trash island, and they're working to get out more. But several hundreds of tons of plastic have already been pulled out of that area, and there's a lot of science over the past 8 years been done on that. That all you got to do is watch this a YouTube show called Ocean Cleanup, and subscribe to them and the founder that started it 8 years ago, and keep up with what they've been doing. And there's been a buy full product where they have boats out in the Atlantic collecting ocean from the great garbage bin. And they've also got like 11 interceptors that are intercepting the plastic going into the ocean from the 8 or 9 major polluting rivers. So that way it doesn't get refilled up as they pick it up out of the great garbage patch in the Atlantic Ocean. I've been keeping up with it. A little side project I have, like, keep an eye on.
Yeah, JM, it's just a giant trash island.
That's a fabrication. That's all a fabrication.
Plastic reef.
No, that's a fabrication. It's not like that at all. You need to watch that show I just told you about, though. They're actually out there cleaning it up, and they'll tell you about it.
Do you want me to share a screen of a little clip of it? I just posted the link for you.
Sure, why not?
Okay. They've got a video as like a trailer for people that are not subscribed. I did just subscribe, but I think I should pull that one up. So just hold on a second.
Is it Ocean Cleanup Project?
This is what they want their anyone that's not subscribed yet to see.
To know about them.
It's a 2-minute video.
Hold on a second here. Let me full screen layout. Yeah, there we go.
Anyone that goes to that link, this is what it'll pull up. Here we go.
Yeah, this is probably Guatemala or somewhere down there.
With the world's oceans of plastic. The real complicated part of this puzzle is that everything is interlinked. What we need to do is 2 things. 1, we need to clean up the legacy pollution. 2, we need to close the tap. Everyone's ready?
If we have the motivation and we have the skills, we'll get there.
The first few years, we really focused on trying to understand the problem and map it, which then became the basis on which we developed our solutions. Our philosophy is to learn as we go and iterate our way towards success.
Good luck! We've just passed the Golden Gate Bridge. the iconic moment.
Every hour is a small victory, and every plastic piece that we all catch is a small victory.
So we have a major structural failure. This is normal. Welcome to the world of cutting-edge technology. The plastic is within arm's reach, literally. We can be that far away from getting a system working. Whoa! Here, all tiny particles also. What is the next logical step?
Boyan always thinks about improving.
With this machine, I truly believe that we're on the right track.
Dirty river comes in, a clean river comes out.
That's a teddy bear.
This is the day, this is the moment, finally.
The time has come now to deliver on our promises.
It's so beautiful to see this.
Whoa! The most exciting thing in the world to me.
We have shown that we are capable to repeatedly harvest large amounts of plastic.
That's
just
the mark at the beginning of the end
apologize.
for the Great Pacific Garbage Patch.
Imagine if we do get this done, we could truly make our oceans clean again. That's a future to look forward to.
Yeah, they have some kick-ass projects, guys. I've seen one of the projects they have down in Guatemala. It's taken them 2 years because the amount of trash overwhelmed the first system they put in, and totally overwhelmed it. They actually had to drill in the bedrock and put in all kinds of shit to secure it by the amount of plastic that comes in off this one river. It's like tons and tons of plastic off of its first rain of the year, every year. It's actually quite disgusting, the amount of trash that comes out of some of these countries. LA River is actually the 8th of the 9 worst polluting rivers of the world. We got a couple of South America. Most of them are in Indonesia. One of them in South America, which is the LA River. But yeah, I've been keeping up with that dude for the 8 years. He's been doing his thing. I first saw him on TED Talks TV trying to sell his idea about 8 years ago.
Hey, Homestead, I think you're okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is.
Mistakes happen.
He was. I guess he was looking at his profile and hit the wrong thing.
Yeah, ain't no biggie. If the gentleman has an issue, we'll deal with it.
Give him some osmium. Make it up.
But yeah, that's the state of the ocean. They're actually the newest. They've got a 3 ship, and it's actually very expensive. That big ship you saw in the ocean cleanup, they've got 3 of those. 2 of them doing a tug system, pulling a net now that they've gotten to 2.4 kilometers long. And they make swaths driving through the quote unquote Great Barrier Trash Reef Island, whatever you want to call it. And a 3rd ship comes out every 2 weeks, and they change out, and they gather all the trash and put it on one of the ships that was pulling it. And that one ship goes back to where they stay out to sea. Every ship stays out to sea no more than 30 days, but they're out there basically constantly, not year round because of storm season, but basically they're getting hundreds of tons of plastic, and have gotten hundreds of tons of plastic out of the ocean so far.
Did you say 2.4 kilometers?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 1.5 miles.
Yeah.
That turtle.
Yeah, and it goes like 12 foot deep, because the first couple systems they used, they discovered the smaller plastics was going underneath and stuff like this, and they had to come up with systems to help identify wildlife and allow them escape areas so they wouldn't pick up wildlife in with the plastic. And they've come up with the different issues, and they've come up with solutions for those issues. And now I think they're like go 12 foot deep, and they catch even more of the, not microplastics, but the plastics right above the size of microplastics. So basically, we're going to have a finish up loop of having microplastics in our food probably for the next 20 or 30 years. And then after that, it'll go back to being clean again, because of what they're doing right now. So we are changing the future right now. We just probably won't be alive to enjoy it. But we are going in the right direction. Right on, Homestead.
Found this ring. I wanted to show Homestead. I've been wanting to show him. Wait a minute.
Nope, I'm gonna ban you if you show it. That's it. You're out of here.
There you go, Homestead. That looks like you're. Wait a minute. I'll do it like this.
Yeah, see that invisible ring you can't see? Oh my God, I got a black eye. It's so damn close to the screen.
Does that look like what your what do you call the little picture?
Looks like Elvira would wear that.
That looks just like it. That looks just like his.
Looks like it could be Opal, a real.
Looks like a replica of a lizard eye if you turned it 90 degrees.
Well, that's what his is, a frog eye. I think it kind of reminded me of him when I saw it.
Very much.
Isn't that weird?
I don't think I'd buy that.
I damn sure wouldn't.
It looks kind of creepy, really. You
Yeah,
better
yeah,
not
it
be,
is. Like I
you
said,
better not be putting mind control on us.
It's like something Elvira would wear.
Yep.
All right, peeps. I'm gonna go ahead and end this stream. Been going for 400. And
He wants to. I figured it. I figured he would.
Who would do what?
Holmes. He wants the. He kind of like to have that. I said I bet he would, because it does look like his picture a lot. His emoji, or what you want to call it, whatever that thing is.
Profile picture.
Hey, how did a separate question for Indy? How did that flip flop work for you? Have you been able to tell a difference in viewership and whatnot, Indy?
I thought it was good.
I did too.
And what Neil's talking about is Independent Money has a show every Friday night at, is it 9 p.m. Eastern? 8 or 9 p.m. Eastern. But it's every Friday night. Yeah.
Music and then discussion.
Yeah, it's been flipped.
So she flipped it. I think she's flipping it back, so it's going to be twice flipped.
See, and that's messed up. Now you lost me. We can no longer be friends, Independent. You are being typical woman and getting too confusing.
I think if you don't try, you don't find out. I think it was a great test. She did a poll during the live stream, and the people that were on there said that they liked that. Not unanimously, but pretty close.
I don't think she's there anymore, so we can go back to talking crap about her. I think she's gone.
You know what? She shared out your live stream here. She's got it on her community tab.
What?
She shared out your live stream.
Why the hell did she do that?
It's pretty good. It's a pretty good show in the format and all. I just think there's sometimes too many people up talking, and when you have like here,
what was that, Nickel? I couldn't hear you. Someone was talking.
Carry on. Yeah, what was that, Nickel?
Yeah, we step on each other here. It was only 4 of us. We step on each other, and now you're talking 10 over there, and 9 to 10. And I'm going, man, it's almost impossible to do that.
I think I need to talk louder.
I like the idea of having, so for the discussion part, say 5 to 10 different topics, and everybody gets them. Like, I know no one wants it to be that sort of orchestrated or planned out, but when there's that many people, I think that's a good way to do it, and just give everybody a minute, and maybe even go around twice.
Yeah, just put everybody on
rapid fire. Look, it's
mute.
Rapid fire conversation. We got 5 or 10 topics. Everyone's going to get a minute on it, and then a second time. So 2 minutes, 2 separate 1 minute spots. And like, I think that would actually be fun.
And it would keep people from getting into it.
On Independent Mini's show.
That's right.
I need more time to respond and straighten everyone out, because there's too many people saying wrong things that need to be straightened out. So I need more time to straighten all of them out.
Yeah, it's tough to do that live because it can become competitive, and everyone wants to weigh in, and everyone wants their opinion heard. And many people have questions, and that's like where I get concerned where there's that many people, like Nicola was saying, is, the people that are just, kind of waking up, they're years behind, but, they're genuine good patriots. Want to learn, they want to know. So when you've got 4 or 5 people talking all at the same time,
yeah, I think people need to become knowledgeable into a lot of different things. Like, people now are going back to the basics of, the Constitution. Do you know the Constitution never has applied to us in our lifetime as is written?
Why not?
Well, because we amended it. It's been amended.
Yeah, I grew up with Dukes of Hazzard. Like,
not only has it been amended, we have this thing called the Social Security Administration. Nothing about it is constitutional, but yet there's a contract that was signed between you and a government that separates you from the Constitution for your right to have Social Security. And no one understands that legal process. You gave up your right as a citizen when you signed up your Social Security card, which means you legally signed a contract to become part of the Social Security Administration. To be part of the Social Security Administration, you agreed not to be known as a citizen, but an individual and or a resident. Under the Constitution, only citizens in Commonwealth states don't have to pay taxes except for in times of war. Did anyone know that? You see what I'm saying?
That sounds right.
The Constitution does not apply.
So taxes is not constitutional.
You're right, but you're not a citizen in a Commonwealth state, so that's irrelevant. Why are you talking about it? It's foolishness. That's what I'm saying. Your ways, people are bringing up things that are bullshit, and it's stirring problems because they're ignorant of how it actually is. And if you want it to be that way, you have to move to a Commonwealth state, rescind your signature to your Social Security card, and then have lots of money to sue all the cops that stop you for all the stuff that's not illegal under the Constitution, but is illegal under our current laws. And you're going to have to school them and educate them. It's going to cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars, many of years of your lifetime in court, to educate the government to your legal right under the quote unquote Constitution and not our system of government that we have now. I actually met a guy who did that back in 1995, and he had one hell of a life. Spent a lot of time. He was in Maryland, spent a lot of time in Maryland court, but he had 100-unit rental unit, weekly rental unit around the Aberdeen, Maryland area. And he had no car. He had no driver's license. He had no registration. He had no tags on his car, yet he still drove. And he was using the excuse of, well, there is no speed limit under the Constitution. And by God, there is not a speed limit under the Constitution. You are 100% legally correct. You don't apply to the Constitution. The only way you apply to the Constitution. He went on and told me how he did it. And he actually had $1 million place, $2 million place back in the late 90s. And he actually was going to court and fight in the fucking state and the county that he lived in Maryland. So I have a basic understanding of what he was doing to try and keep his individual constitutional rights. And trust me, no one understands what the freaking constitutional rights is. And that's a problem because it's the legal system that doesn't understand constitutional rights. So you are going to have to educate them, which means you're going to need a lot of freaking money and time in court to prove that your legal understanding of it and their legal understanding of it don't match. And you have to come to a consensus. That's how you do that. And just to come up onto a TV show or a YouTube show and say, all you got to do is Miranda this and suck the wine that, and you're an instant boo-boo head. Yeah, you're an idiot. Shut the fuck up.
Let me ask you this. Should corporations have a right to give to a political candidate under like freedom of speech or whatever it is that they're arguing they can?
No.
Because a corporation is people. It's a group of people, right? And as individuals, wait a minute. Individuals,
they should not. I just
have the right to give.
Answer.
I don't think they should give the right as a corporation.
No reason to keep talking. They should not have the right. Why are you giving a corporation a fucking constitutional right? That is for we the people. Where does a corporation fit in with we the people? It is a corporation for profit off of we the people. Is there not a distinction or a difference there? I think there is.
Well, but the people that make up the corporation as individuals have the right to give. I don't
Yeah,
think,
but the owner of the
they're giving
corporation,
again.
the
They're
owner
giving
of the
false.
the owner of the corporation has the right to only hire right wing or left wing people, thus giving himself a skewed position for political gain under the system for which you're talking, which makes it fraudulent. So why bother going down that road? As I
It's
said,
the definition of fascism, really.
Like I said.
That is fascism.
Like I said. No, it's not part of we the people. It's a group of we the people who are forced by job and paycheck need to say a certain thing so that someone else benefits from it, and they'll get more acceptance because there's more of them in a group than we the people.
And by the way, there's 2 states that are commonwealths.
Yeah, there used to be 7 back in the late 90s.
But do you know which 2 are the commonwealths?
Is it still Virginia and Kentucky?
Okay, there's 3. There's
Okay,
3
my bad.
commonwealth states: Massachusetts, Virginia, and Kentucky.
And you thought I wouldn't know. Na 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 boo boo, stick your head in doo doo.
Yeah, I don't think corporations should be allowed to give anything. I really don't see that as a freedom of speech type deal, because a corporation's also made up of individuals, and the individuals can give.
And
I think the corporation
individuals are
should be
the
able
ones
to.
the
They should be able
individuals.
to, but it should be disclosed.
The individuals are the we the people, not the corporation. And that's the
Do
distinguished.
you agree, Holmes? He's still here, I think. He brought up the corporate, and I go, he got a good point there. Yeah.
United States of America Incorporated.
Sam, we've never been incorporated. We've never been in the United States. We've never been a company. Everyone says America's a company. That's a bunch of bullshit. If America was a company and you and I were shareholders, we would have got dividends. Have you ever got a dividend? No, then we've never been a country. Not the proper way.
Well, you have to be a preferred shareholder in order to get the dividends.
And citizens should be a preferred shareholder.
Citizens are not.
No, they should be, because they are we the people. We are the country. And who separates us from the country is the politicians. What gives them the right to separate us from the country? And in a lifetime service of indentured servitude to the nation starts off as having a pauper, and after 40 years is a multimillionaire. When you only make $200,000 a year, how the hell does that work? Do we really trust those people? Seriously?
With this Supreme Court, you think that if they came back before them again, that they would rule that corporations don't have that right, that they, that you got to allow them to give to campaigns? I'm kind of thinking they might overrule that. Also,
they'll absolutely overrule it, because it's like Neil was saying, back to the rights thing. They're not, entities are not people, and people have rights, and they don't. And so it's
entities are groups of people, not individuals. Constitution is for individuals, not groups. And that's why there's a separation of church and state, because a church is a group of people. I could get a church together, call them a corporation, and have extra special rights now. How's that work? Well, hell no, that's not going to happen.
Like when a cop says, "I have a right to stop you," no, you don't have any right. You have a privilege.
Exactly. And you don't even have a right to give me a ticket.
they're not supposed to really have the right to ask you where you've been and where you're going. But
Under the Constitution, there is no speed limit. Under the Constitution, it would be say something like safe and reasonable speed. Safe and reasonable speed dictated by the person driving the car, not a government entity enforced by an authoritarian organization.
How about this? Would the Supreme Court rule differently on what is it when they can take your land? They call it
eminent domain.
Appropriation.
No, eminent domain down here.
With this group, rule differently than the more liberal group that ruled before that.
What's your question again?
Oh, he's talking about.
I'm talking about when if the government says we can use your land, your home with the land your home's on more than you, we're taking it. We're going to give you X amount of dollars. You'll take it, or we'll declare this a disaster area, and we'll just take it.
See, that's not how eminent domain works. If that's how it worked, then yeah. What they have to do for eminent domain is they have to prove that the public usage of such land is more beneficial to the public than the private use is to the private landowner. That's part of the prerequisites to be able to. There's a whole legal process. They don't just come in and say, "Oh, eminent domain, we're taking it." They have to prove it. You have legal rights to stop them, and all kinds of things that people don't talk about.
Yeah,
usually the land ends up getting taken. It's called
typically bottom line, because the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few is the logic behind the need
for national security. It's ours.
That could fall on amendment, which is no quartering.
Well, it depends on the argument you use. If you nowadays, you can use the argument of the Social Security system. Say, "Oh yeah, you're taking it for the benefit of everyone," but at the end, it's not going to be for for anything but the benefit of the few, and everyone's going to not benefit from it. And all you're doing right now is screwing me. And you actually can have that legal stance.
To argue intent with that, you would have to show intent, and intent's almost impossible to prove.
Yep. Except for with governments. The intent of a government is for power and control, always has been.
I would actually be more concerned about expropriation or confiscation of land than I would of precious metals.
Yeah, the land's the real scary one.
It's so easy to take, if they really want to.
If you owned an island,
you can't put 100 acres in a safe.
If you owned an island, you wouldn't have to worry about it.
And if you have your home, if you do not owe the bank any money, you should not have to have property taxes. You just shouldn't. If you own it outright, you should not be continued to be taxed on that land.
Especially if they're not maintaining the roads. Like, holy moly!
Well, our roads are terrible here. I mean, it's pathetic.
Really bad.
There's lots of other things got to be fixed for that to where the system. What you guys okay? There's a thing called growing an economy, and through different administrations and through different decades, part of growing an economy to stimulate growth for a 50-year time period that's never before in history been done without that many low times, mostly all up.
Build infrastructure.
You have to you have to increase the size of government.
I disagree with that.
Me too.
No, that's how they've been doing it. Disagree. We all disagree. That's irrelevant.
That's
what they have done is they've done that. That's why every administration has had problems balancing the budget, but yet they always add new taxes. Well, how can you constantly get new revenue and not be able to balance the budget? Because you're always increasing the size of the government. New agencies, new employees, new amounts of money given to pay for this, to do that. They're a constant, intentional increasing the growth of government through taxation. And it becomes normalizing to us after 40 or 50 years. And that's what they've done.
You're not advocating, right? You're not advocating. You're just hyperbole.
But hold on. My understanding is that the United States federal government is the largest employer in the USA.
It is, and that should not be.
So
that is a crime in itself. For
take a step back. Take one step back. Just humor me, and close your eyes, and imagine a country where the government employs 100% of its residents.
Are we talking 1945 or what?
Right.
USSR.
They've already got the majority.
Exactly.
That says they've infiltrated. They've already taken over the majority.
Over the past 50 years, it's an intentional thing. They've grown the government to grow the economy, faking a fake good economy due to growth of government, initializing a state of entitlement of those working for a government, which are the majority, so they can keep control and power.
Imagine that. Makes sense.
That's
how
what has happened.
Yeah, you got to keep voting for the ones that's over you. If someone came in and reduced the government, you'd lose your job.
That's why I say vote Neil Hahn for president 2024. I know how to end this shit.
Neil's going to lay off everybody.
Well, I'm going to end a lot of agencies that are overlapping. That's for damn sure.
Well, from what Trump said, I think you can guarantee Department of Education's gone.
if he can get the others to agree to it. He wants to do away with the Department of Education.
The federal
he really hit on
department.
that during the
federal department. That's one of the overlapping agencies.
And I think he's going to do away with the post office. I think he's going to privatize.
No.
He probably wants to privatize it.
Yeah,
and that's another.
I hope he does.
I hope he doesn't. That's disgusting.
I hope he does.
So
if they're not as efficient as
you just don't understand. You don't understand what'll happen. It's gonna be sick if that happens.
Well, I do think it needs to be completely overhauled.
No.
Well, you don't think that the foundation of it's bad?
No, the foundation is good. I think people have been in charge of it for 20 years that have been intentionally sacrificing it, making it bad, making it look like shit, giving away lifetime long fucking stamps at today's prices.
Yeah, there's something really
years. There's been a clear and present intent to destroy the postal system of America. Now, anytime I see a clear and present intent to destroy an agency, it makes me wonder. Then all the people say, "Oh, we'll just get rid of it. It's bad." No, this is intentional. That means what they're going to replace it with is worse.
Gotcha.
You don't want worse.
I hear you. Just get rid of.
Check this out. They privatize it. You know what happens?
Scrub it.
What happens now? All of a sudden, hold on a second. To sanitize your mail, to guarantee that what is it? Anthrax doesn't go through every letter, and they're gonna have to X-ray the shit. Now, instead of it being subsidized by the government, you as an individual have to pay. So now, instead of a stamp costing 45 cents, it's going to be $4.50.
Wait a minute. When was it 45 cents 20 years ago? 45
okay.
cents.
Well, as long as it's not $4.50, because it's going to be $4.50 a stamp if it privatizes it, and then it'll go up $1 yearly. Until
Wait. Now, but the private sector is competitive oriented. So
yes, they are. That's a good argument. That's a good argument. Yes, they are. But if they go into a business and they have to take over high overheads, that competitive nature starts at a higher overhead cost, not $5 a stamp, but $500
to go down.
And yes, they will be competitive. And from $500 a stamp, they'll bring it down to $125 a stamp. It's still going to be a lot higher and unsafer. Because we're going to have to hold someone else to standards. Who are we going to have to hold to task? Oh, a private industry. Okay, how well is that working for us in every other industry?
What it'll be is maybe $1 to start off, and then it will lower because people won't want to pay the $1, and they're gonna go down to the point where people are willing to pay for that first class stamp. So it's not going to be.
It has nothing to do with the cost of the employees. We'll lose money because you won. That's the best thought process of business.
But look at what these postal carriers get for their pensions. Look at
the absolute best thing to do. Here's a new concept. It's totally fucking awesome. What you do is you look at something, you see what destroyed it, and just don't do that, and it'll go back to being good. Instead of taking something and knowing that something you did destroyed it because you wanted to change it and then change it hoping it's going to be better. That's what I call fucking stupid. If you see a problem, you fix it by removing whatever it is that caused the problem. You don't change the whole fucking game.
But you can't do that in government. That's the problem.
No, you can. You
can't tell them. You can't tell them to do anything.
Stamp. The forever stamp is killing it. It's financially bankrupting the post office. This is why everyone thinks it's a piece of shit. Well, who okayed them to have a forever stamp that you pay for now and you can use in 10 years? And in 10 years, it's going to be 20 times the cost, but you're paying the cost of it now, guaranteeing that that fucking organization goes bankrupt. Who okayed that? Who okayed that sacrifice? Who okayed the sacrifice?
Private sector will run it more efficiently.
You said who cares? Okay, so we should allow our own government to determine who gets to go private and who gets to go public. So basically what you're saying is the government can determine who's going to win and who's going to lose financially. That is totally fucking asinine, and someone needs to be educated in the government and the economy.
Well, the thing is, but like pretty much everything that the government runs,
it's inefficient.
Well, hey, let's have a private army. Let's see how well that works for us. You think we're in a lot of wars now? If we privatize it, it'll be worth more for us.
We do have a private army.
No, we don't.
We do.
You have to
Well, what do
volunteer.
taxes go for? Do our
You
taxes
have,
go
you
for
have
the
to
homeless local
volunteer. It's not
community
a
only?
draft. It's not a draft. It's volunteer. So they are private.
They-
They are private.
Well, I hear what Neil's saying. Like,
No.
Neil's
Are they
saying-
paid by private money? Are they paid by private money? Nickel, are they paid by private money? Nickel, are they paid by
Yeah.
private money?
Yeah,
That's a private.
taxes.
No, oh, so
Taxes.
taxpayer dollars. I thought that was a public organization, a public taxpayer. I've never heard of it said private taxpayer organization. It's always so now because you're being such a liberal. Please wake up.
No.
Don't be a liberal.
I'm
Don't
opposite of
change the
being liberal.
goalpost just because you want to hear something.
I want to do
You're
away
right.
with all
You're right.
government.
You're a
I wanna-
liberal. You're acting like a
Almost
liberal.
all government.
You're changing it. It's
No,
not a private.
only
It's not
thing
a
the
private
government
army.
should do-
I did not take an oath of office. I did not take a fucking oath to the private army of the Democratic of the Congo here in the United States of America, getting paid by the United States taxpayer system, but we're private, so we can say whoever wants to own us owns us. No, it was the United States of fucking America. That's not a
No.
private organization. That's a government.
They take tax dollars from private.
Okay, liberal. Okay, I understand. You want to be
No,
right. I just said
I do
100%. You're right.
No,
It's
I'm
video.
against
It's on video. You are right. You are
You know what
right,
I'm saying,
Nickel.
Space Miner,
Our
and you know what
United
I'm saying,
States Army
JM.
is a private company. You are right, Nickel. Please, everyone who sees this and wants to fact check, know that it's Nickel Stacking who believes the United States Army is a private organization.
It's used privately.
You're right.
It's used.
You're right.
It's
You're
used
right.
for
We need to
personal,
change
individual personal
conversations.
gain.
You're
Am
so
I
right.
not
We
right,
can't even
JM? Am I
talk
not right,
about
Space
it.
Miner? Am I
You're
not right on
so
that?
right. We can't even talk about it. Let's change conversations to something you're not so right on.
You know what I mean. And
No, I don't. You're 100%
they're
wrong.
never
It's
going
not
to
a
change
private
it
organization.
unless it's
It never has
privatized
been.
and
BlackRock.
efficiently run.
BlackRock's the private organization. So what you're saying now is Wagner, a private organization, is the same thing as the U.S. Postal Service, another private organization. But they don't walk around
No.
with guns. But they
No.
could if they were a private
No, I'm
organization.
saying
Now, if they
I
were a
believe
public
Postal Office is
organization,
government.
they would have to follow the law under the public organization, not under a private organization. But hey, let's call them a private organization because it fits the argument, and let's not call it liberal. You're 100% correct.
Let's
Now,
go.
change conversations.
Let's call it part of. Let FedEx take it over and run it efficiently, and we won't have these super duper. You work one day, you get 3 days off and get paid for it, and we won't have people.
That's the great thing about being the head moderator.
I have a feeling, though, Neil, that what might be behind what you're saying is that the U.S. Postal Service is like there's heavy duty national security issues there. And
Dude, there is
privatizing
totally. Have you never heard of anthrax being sent to congressmen? and the whole
Privatizing
fucking
it
thing? Yeah,
means-
privatize it, and then people will go for profit. And the first thing they're going to do when they need a profit margin is they're going to lower the security level. Then they're going to lower their delivery times. Then they're going to lower this
Well-
all the profit margin. It all affects you, and it
And
affects
more likely-
your livelihood, your life, your health, your well-being. But hey, let's hope there's a private organization that will do a good job.
Well, and very possibly, those that mean harm would be chomping at the bit to get in on that and take that over, right? Because then they've
Then you
got
could mass
buffers
mail
on-
anyone you wanted for a psychological advantage, like
I
what
see
we did
both
in World
sides.
War II over Germany when we dropped pamphlets to tell people what we were going to do. That was all a part of psychological war. So if they have control of that, they have total control of a psychological war. Holy cow, we just gave our whole country away because when we privatize one industry, fucking aren't we stupid?
We need to privatize as much as we can of government. Make it to shrink it.
No,
national
no,
security is the
no.
priority. You've got to look at national security
national
is
security.
number one.
And that
Well,
cannot be
mail-
privatized.
cannot
You
be
cannot
compromised.
privatize it.
That cannot
That
be
has to be for everyone, not just for the people who want to make it rich.
That's right.
And the
Because
mail,
there's still
people
going to be
look at your mail now,
99%
nothing ever happens to
American.
them. They look at your mail, and nothing ever happens to them. So that forget
You're
that
right.
part.
Just because the laws aren't enforced, we should change the laws to more laws that aren't enforced because they sound like better laws. That's about the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Also, why don't we enforce laws instead of changing laws, knowing that we're not going to enforce the new laws anyhow?
Because
We're just
government's
wasting
inefficient.
time.
Like I've
You're
been
right.
saying.
So we need to downsize the government, not their
And then
responsibilities.
downsize it would be doing
Not their
it with postal service.
responsibilities, not throwing out the baby with the bathwater. You can still have a government and to have them with the same responsibilities and downsize it. We started this conversation off with the growing of an economy. The largest employer is the government. That's all fictitious jobs. You can knock off 30% of it and they could be more efficient. Look at what Elon Musk did with X. He laid off 80% of the people and they're 100% more efficient.
Well,
you just have to accept reality and not want to change it for another fucked up system because this system's fucked up. Let's fuck it up some more. No,
wait a
let's
minute.
do something that works.
Does FedEx run an efficient system, or would they be out of business if they didn't?
Well, why? Where does FedEx correlate with my analogy of X?
Because if they take the postal service over, it'll be greatly more efficient.
Twitter laid off 80% of the people and has become 100% more efficient and profitable. How the fuck could that work? Oh my God. Let's follow that system. So how does FedEx and following that system have anything to fucking do with following a good system that works? Because you want to promote the bad system. We understand, Nickel. You're right. Promoting the bad system. Where you're wrong is promoting a bad system is actually bad.
Well, I'll be applauding Trump. I'll be applauding Trump when he gets rid of the
look at Argentina and you see what they've done, and you see the miracles that no one in history has ever expected. All of our greatest economists thought the worst are totally fucking wrong, and they've only laid off 3% of their fucking government. And look at the miracles that have happened.
It's got to be one way or the other, JM. It's got to be one way or the other. And I'm for getting rid of the Postal Service. So if Trump does it, I'm thinking good job.
For everyone who wants to get rid of the Postal Service to be responsible for the postal mistakes that are made. So if someone dies because someone decides to send anthrax, I think everyone should put on a list that they are for privatization, so that way they can go to jail.
They check their products for that now. They check packages for that now.
Yeah, I know, because it's by law, it's public. They have to. Now, if it goes private, those laws are no longer applicable because they're only applicable.
Right, you don't want a Sam Bankman-Fried thing happening with the U.S. Postal Service, and I think that's the big concern, right?
No,
scammers going to go in there.
I think he wants everyone's paycheck to be stolen. I think he wants everyone's fucking social security card numbers to be stolen. I think he wants everyone's electric bill to be stolen. Oh, yes, you do.
Wait a minute. Because
if you privatize it, I can guarantee that's going to happen.
Wait a second.
And no one can come up with a system that can assure me without a shadow of a doubt that won't happen.
Wait a minute. Most people's Social Security is done by digital. It's not even done physically by mail anymore.
No, but hold on, Nickel.
Well, but no.
Okay, no, you're right, Nickel. You're right, Nickel. They don't send any information of pertinency whatsoever through the mail. You're 100% correct. It's all digital. You're 100% correct. Why do we even have it? You know what? We should just totally get rid of all paper. We should get rid of air. We should get rid of airplanes. We should get rid of water. We should get rid of everything. You're right, Nickel. All right, next subject.
Well, like I said, I think I proved my case. So,
yeah, you have. And
I think
Space Miner should be allowed to go through the mail to whomever you want. You should be able to send anything you want through mail. You should be able to do whatever the fuck you want through the mail. There should be nothing wrong with you sending pornography, hold on, wait. Now we need warrants to find things out. Okay, so now you can send plans on how to kill the president in the mail and not be illegal because it's a private organization. You just don't know what the hell you're talking about. But you're right, Nickel. You're right.
I 100% did. I am 100% right on that.
Yeah, you're 100% right. You don't know what you're talking about. I agree.
And I don't think the federal government should own any land. I don't believe in that either. I think they should be made.
You're right. I think you should own and be responsible for all the nuclear sites, and you should personally be responsible for cleanup because you own the land, not them. I 100% agree, Nickel. Now you're in such debt, you shouldn't be talking much because you're going to be in more debt if you keep talking. Because now you own all the uranium dump sites. They're personal property and they're yours and you're responsible for them because the Fed owns no land. You're fucked.
Well, I'll do my
show. Don't you hate that the government doesn't own anything? Doesn't that?
I don't want them to own anything.
If you follow through to the end of your little thought process and not just the carrot that's in front of your face.
The only thing the government should do
is fixing to knock you the fuck out, give you a concussion for life. Behind
the only thing the government should do, federal.
Don't be stupid and go for the carrot.
Military.
There's a bigger stick.
And we need federal judges to decide decisions between.
No, they should be private. because private judges would be more fair on federal law.
We really need the federal
You know,
government
they
to do
wouldn't be
3
bought
things.
out. Private, they should be private judges.
I
You
would
should
do
be
away
able to
with
buy your way
90,
into judgeship.
90% of the government I could do away
fair
with.
and most honest person. You should have an auction who can pay the most for the judgeship. You know, private. Private's good. Every judge should be private. That way they don't have to follow the Constitution. No, you got to have public everything, just not as much of it. You let the private take.
We'll never solve a thing. We'll never solve a thing if we don't reduce the government by 2/3.
As the law enforcement. Public is law enforcement. They're not the administration. They're just law enforcement. And we've tried to grow our government. Everyone knows we've grown our government to where the government's the largest employer in America. That's fucking any economist's first 6 weeks of school education will tell you that's fucking stupid. That's not
and I want to reduce it 90%, and you don't. That's the difference.
I only want to reduce it 70%. Actually, no, even 50% would be good.
Not enough.
Nope, 50% would be just fine.
No, we're just gonna expand that debt. We're just gonna get more and more trouble.
No. You just don't understand. You will, though. You're only in your 50s. You're a youngster. When you're in your 120s, you'll probably start getting it. No, I'm serious.
I doubt if I'll be living that long.
Well, then you probably never get it then, will you? That's not how it works. Because what you got to realize is we have enemies. And if you show weakness or you have weakness because you want your freedom and you don't care about how you get it and you'll jeopardize your securities for it. Hold on. Who is it that said that? Those who sacrifice freedom for security deserve neither. Yeah. Okay. Let's not be smart. Let's be stupid. But anyhow, while we're being stupid, I need to get some stupid sleep. I've been going for 5 hours. So I'm going to end this. It's nice speaking with all of you. Too bad JM left us early, but everyone's got to go to bed. Oh, and that's what JM's saying in chat. So I'm in the stream. I know Space Miner's probably already collapsed to sleep. I haven't heard him for about 25 minutes.
Listening in, man. You guys.
Is your girlfriend pinching you, telling you when to talk?
Wait a minute. Space Miner, what do you say?
Remember, I'm in charge of the mute button.
Don't let him scare you.
It's hard to track where the core beginning of the conflict was, but I think to me it seemed like it was narrowed down to the usage of the word public versus private. And as I understand and know, I mean, these are any government entity is considered a public. It's a public thing. It's owned by the public, and
and that's the problem. We don't own it, even though it's public. So
Right.
because of that, we should throw it all away instead of fix it.
It's written that the government is the holder of it, and the what's the word for it? The custodian. So it's a custodial issue, so they write in that's why these towns and cities write in these little corporations and whatnot to represent a entity.
It's a responsibility issue.
The body of the people, but it never really is.
Yeah,
So
it's the responsibility level. No one wants responsibility, so they pass it on. So it ends up on the private sector because they're at the bottom of the cesspit when it comes to running the country.
bringing that to accountability as well.
See,
Are they not doing their jobs? You can't tell them you're not doing your job without suffering potential.
I'm to the point where I think our government should control all the resources that come out of the ground and every American citizen should be a stakeholder and shareholder and get dividends off of the profit margin off of it. And then companies should make profit. And if companies can't find a way to make profit that way, the government should run that industry and employ people while we still get our dividends for all that we own, rather than the current system that we have now, where certain people pay other people and they get the right to take all the resources and they don't have to pay taxes because they're employing people who they tax, because that's outright theft.
You know, this tax system, the tax system alone, I mean, I've got taxation is theft. And, you know, even God had a problem with 1% tax.
That was 10.
We're kind of like so saturated in the evil at this point, like that to crash certain institutions is to crash the entire thing. And I think,
well, that's what we believe. I don't think it's actually true.
Yeah, as long as that threat,
yeah,
quote unquote, fear is the dominant thought, that we have to, like, look, there's what we've dreamed, there's what should be, there's all these great like words, but in the meantime, like the saturation level, like what I'm saying again is these systems have been built up for so long that sometimes whenever you're making these arguments, you got to be careful at what part in the timeline is the root of your argument, or is the root of your opponent's argument as well. So like when he's saying something, is he talking about the 1980 version of this, the 1960, or the 1913 version? You see what I'm saying? And
well,
like
you can't really deal with issues unless you go back to certain time periods. Of, for example, being a Federal Reserve, if you only want to stop in the 50s with anything Federal Reserve, then you've not done anything because it's still around.
Exactly.
So you have to go back to 1913, but you don't have to go back to 1913 to get rid of all issues, only that one.
I'm going back to 1800s.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that, like, and you know, once, you know, it's the Pandora's box issue.
Yes, but anyhow, we could talk about it for the next 6 hours, but I do need sleep, so I'm gonna end this so we can talk about it. You know, what is that mind transfer crap? But physically, I'm gonna hit sack.
Good night.
Good night, guys. Thank you for being here, everybody.
Nickel.
Yeah.
And anybody else that's out there?
I think everyone's left. You guys have a good evening.
Homestead's still here. He never sleeps.
Good night.